Hello, and welcome to the Kongversation. I'm Hyle Russell.
I'm Josh Wallen.
How befitting is it, Josh? The last episode of the Kongversation that you co-hosted was the first one we actually did after the day of the Switch 2 Nintendo Direct. The episode in question being the Donkey Kong Bananza hype cycle begins. Do you remember that day, Josh? Do you remember that day?
It's been a very weird year, Hyle. But yeah, I vaguely recall something like that happening.
Yeah. That episode, it was recorded even before the inadvertent Pauline leak on Nintendo Korea's website. Although we did release it like 2 days after. I had to record a little message before the episode saying, hey, I know this happened. We didn't get to address it. Not that we would address it because it's a spoiler for now. And I'm not going to talk about any spoilers on this podcast, which I have kept true to throughout all of these episodes, mind you. I have been diligent. I have been so on task. I have been so laser focused on getting this right. And, you know, all the way back in April, when you were last on, that was during a very peculiar window of what we call the hype cycle, when Donkey Kong Bananza hadn't really won over, I would say, the vast majority of Donkey Kong fans yet. I would say that it was a time when all that the long-time Donkey Kong fans had to go on to calm their fears that Bananza wasn't going to be just another Jungle Beat situation, where Nintendo is dropping Donkey Kong in a strange and unfamiliar landscape with no familiar iconography or characters. All Donkey Kong fans had to go on to assure us that it wasn't going to be like that was a Naughty fossil, Naughty the Beaver in rock form, barrel cannons, this jungle hijinks homage with the plasticky ACM palm trees, which wasn't nothing, mind you, but it was still just some sort of intangible quality in that trailer. And of course, Cranky Kong and Rambi. And while that is all fine and dandy, not anything to turn one's nose up at, the fact that we are waiting half a decade since our website, DK Vine, began openly discussing and reporting on Nintendo EPD's Donkey Kong project, another episode that you were on with me when I first really divulged what we knew. And then, you know, it's been 11 years after the last new standalone Donkey Kong game, that being Tropical Freeze on the Wii U. And then, yeah, I say Wii U and it's like a punchline, but no, I'm being serious. Tropical Freeze originally came out on the Wii U.
Oh, don't be mean to the Wii U, dude. I love the Wii U.
More like the PU, am I right? No, it had fine games on it. It was just a disaster of a rollout, but it's fine.
That's for sure.
Water under the bridge.
March Rose 2011 in the chat says, and I agree, they say, damn, it feels like this was all a whole lifetime ago. And not just, I mean, obviously Tropical Freeze seems like a long time ago,
yeah.
But just even the earliest days, even the last time I was on the show, early day, like the very beginning of the hype cycle, which is great. It's great that you're laying all this out, though, because I feel like a lot of this is kind of like already fallen down the memory hole.
Right. And while
it's good to have it on record.
While we like falling down holes vis-a-vis Donkey Kong Bananza, the memory hole is one sinkhole we never want unvoid staked, because the memory hole helps us put all of this into greater context, not just in Donkey Kong lore and legend, but in the context of our lives. We grow up and age alongside these games. And that's why it's kind of important for me, because where we are in our lives, we can always pinpoint it by when one of these games came out and these big milestones happened. And to make you feel really old, It has been over 25 years since the last 3 Donkey Kong Adventure before Donkey Kong Bonanza, that being Donkey Kong 64 in November 1999, the very game DK Vine was founded to cover. Jeez. So
yeah, I say it's been a minute.
It's
been a minute or two.
Yeah. So I say all of that because I think it's fair now, with the benefit of Donkey Kong Bonanza being out and in our Switch 2s for 3 months, that Bonanza definitely spent a long time hiding just how much it would wind up being a love letter to the Donkey Kong series and the Donkey Kong series' intense, loyal fandom that never wavered, that never gave up believing in this universe, in these characters. It was a love letter in a way that I don't think has ever truly been written for the Donkey Kong series post-2002, post-Rare buyout, with the possible exception of maybe Payon and their games, although those were smaller scale, smaller budget, and of course perennially overlooked. But I was optimistic. Go back and check the receipts if you don't believe me. When Donkey Kong Bonanza was announced, I kept the faith. Especially because I did have the benefit of learning about this game, not what it was, not what it was going to be, but just learning that this project existed through our sources years ago, and having it stressed to me that the team shepherding Bonanza, consisting of Odyssey devs and newbies, was comprised of actual diehard fans of the Donkey Kong series. So I knew, intellectually I knew, that we weren't being shown everything in that initial trailer. And we weren't going to be shown everything throughout the hype cycle itself. But thrice bitten, forever shy. Intellectually I knew this, but emotionally I had been through this before. Once upon a time, we thought at least something familiar would be showing up in Jungle Beat. And we waited. We waited for screenshots. We waited for really, really low-res videos that we would have to maybe download via dial-up. Those were the days. And nothing. Nothing showed up in Jungle Beat that we recognized except Donkey Kong and the banana. So, okay. Donkey Kong Country returns. It's in the name. Donkey Kong Country is returning. So I'm sure that will have several iconic animal buddies beyond Rambi, right? I'm sure K. Rool will be back pulling the strings. No.
The thing is, though, to be honest with you, Returns, even just having Rambi, felt like such a relief at the time to me. To me, anyway. Just because of, like you said, what we'd been through with Jungle Beat. There was some, okay, are they just gonna, start over again? Are they gonna make new animal buddies? Are they gonna bring in... And it's funny, because in hindsight, now, if we were talking about that, I think that would have been fine. But at the time, it's they're acknowledging Rambi, you guys!
I think just having...
that was kind of a big deal for the time.
Just having Diddy Kong in the trailer for Returns was enough to really just calm a lot of people down, including me. Right. And I think, it's hindsight that really makes that a little bit more bitter. Because, same thing with Tropical Freeze when that was announced. I was like, oh my god, Dixie's back. Oh my god, David Wise is back. But then we were like, well, they're going to put Ingard in the game or something, right? But again, no. And look, I love all three.
No, that Ingard and Tropical Freeze made all the sense in the world. I would have bet on that one after E3 that year.
And again, please do not get me wrong. I love all 3 of those games. Especially Returns and Tropical Freeze. I mean, Returns is the whole reason DK Vine still exists to this day. We were founded for Donkey Kong 64, but our faith was wavering by late 2009. And I think 2010 was a crucial turning point for us. The site was up for renewal and we weren't feeling it. We were all kind of cast to the winds. We had gone our separate ways. And it was Returns that pulled us back together as a website, as a community. And I mean, we wouldn't be here right now having this chat if it wasn't for Returns. And then Tropical Freeze is one of my absolutely favorite games of all time still. And, you know, I don't want to disparage those games, but I think they all contributed to this sense that someone maybe has it out for the full heritage of the Donkey Kong series, save for a few indisputably successful and important characters that can't be disregarded, as well as concepts that can't be disregarded. And as the years wore on without a new Donkey Kong game post-Tropical Freeze, that did breed some resentment. And you can go back and listen to those episodes as well. And not just resentment, but spite. The even uglier stepsister of resentment. You know, games like Yooka-Laylee and Impossible Lair would come out and they would have just as many, if not more, vintage Donkey Kong Country nods than the Donkey Kong games were having. And you're like, what is up? What is up, Nintendo? Why? And then, even worse, you would have like every other 1990s platformer series, save for the ones actually connected to Donkey Kong like Banjo-Kazooie or Conker, getting revivals and getting these like lovely tributes that like have so many elements that fans of the series just lapped up like catnip. And I mean, no disrespect to any of these series, but some of them did not have the cultural relevancy of Donkey Kong Country. And you were just left in the cold. You were just left in the corner at the dance with all the popular kids. And you were just like, when did this become my life? When did I become the sad little wallflower without any friends? And a complex starts to build up in your mind and you begin asking, what's so wrong with us? What's so wrong with our fandom, with what we like? When are we ever going to get our validation?
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm thinking about like sort of how I've experienced the Donkey Kong fandom over the years. I feel like everything post-Returns has been so much nicer and so much calmer and so much better than it was in like the 2000s. Like the 2000s to me was like the absolute nadir of just everyone being very miserable and bitter and resentful.
Right.
But I do think you're right that in the years since Tropical Freeze, there has been this sort of palpable sense of confusion / like you said, a little bit of spite, a little bit of resentment. I never detected that it was anywhere near what it had been like immediately post buyout and in those years, but there was definitely this sense of like, you know, like, why aren't we thought of on the same level as like not even Mario but like Kirby?
Or even things like Crash or Bubsy, you know, it becomes this thing where it's like, boy, I backed the wrong horse in my childhood. My life would have been so much easier had any of these other series appealed to my sensibilities the same way Donkey Kong did or Rare did. And again, you've got to keep perspective. And I think perspective is what made it different than the aughts. Because,
well, on the other hand, none of the other fan sites for any other fandoms that I was like privy to in my childhood are still going strong to this day. So I did always have that.
Yeah, although, you know, those fan sites didn't have zealous idiots championing hopeless causes all those years. But again, like, perspective is what we gained since the aughts, since the buyout era. And of course, it's also just gradually easing into adulthood and realizing that there are far more pressing matters in the world than if Donkey Kong gets to ride on and guard the swordfish ever again. And while that stuff does matter
like
to you...
what, Hyle? I can't name anything.
If this was a visual podcast, I would roll up my blinds right now and show you the fire outside. But, you know, when the world is falling apart, I do think everybody needs that escape. Everybody needs that pressure release, whether it's your favorite book or it's your favorite video game series. You need a fictional world to escape in every now and then to just help keep you moored, to help keep you bound to sanity. And I think that as exciting as Bananza felt when it was announced, I knew for many people in the community that it marked a point of no return. That is, if Bananza failed to deliver the goods that we had been longing for since before Donkey Kong Country Returns even, if it had failed to sort of revel in the complete history of the series and it opted to just reinvent Donkey Kong for like the fourth time in 4 decades, then many people in our fandom, in our community, many people I consider friends and colleagues were probably done. They were going to pack it in because they just couldn't do it anymore. And, you know, that's kind of a scary thing. It was really exciting to be riding that Bananza hype cycle, but at the same time, you're looking out the window and you're wondering how much track you have left. And you start getting the flop sweat as release day nears. Right. And you're thinking, is this going to blow everything up? And is it going to be such a disappointment for the longtime fans that all of a sudden the complete culture of what we celebrate and how we come together will be damaged forever?
And in the long run, as somebody who has also been a member of some fandoms of things that do get reinvented over and over and over again, and often like incompatible ways, that in that scenario, it would also be much harder to find common ground with people who say discovered Donkey Kong with Bananza. Like if it had been this thing that came out and regardless of how good or how bad it was, it disappointed longtime fans in that way, then it would, 5-10 years from now, there would be this noticeable divide in the fandom over it.
Right. And we're talking about the forbidden layer, not the divide today. So it's, it's really important that they don't screw this up. And look, as time went on, that fear did gradually fade because we saw more fossils, right? We saw more references, and we saw that the fossil and Banandium gem maps had the northern Cremisphere on it.
We saw more fossils, and we realized we were the fossils.
And that's fine. I mean, we're with the cool ass spider with the sneakers. I'm fine with that. But you know, the northern Cremisphere on the maps, I think that was the first big moment I had, because it was like, holy shit, they're referencing the northern Cremisphere. They're maybe implying that the underground world's access point is the northern Cremisphere. Okay, that's something I never thought I would see. Continue. And then, you know, the Bananza Direct, we learned that Diddy and Dixie were in the game. Okay, well, optimism in the hype cycle grew. And then I think it stopped becoming this fear of will Bananza honor Donkey Kong's legacy, and more an argument between dyed-in-the-wool Donkey Kong fans and outsiders over Pauline and Bananza's placement in the timeline, or if there even was a Donkey Kong timeline anymore, or if there ever was ever actually, and if we're fools for even caring about such a thing. And, you know, arguments get sillier, and as Bananza's notoriety and hype grows outside of our community, you just start seeing bad take after bad take, and that becomes what you're swatting down, or, you know, futilely attempting to swat down given your relative size compared to these bigger outlets who are now spouting nonsense. But We here at DK Vine, in our limited capacity, on the Kongversation, and in our circle of fellow websites and channels, fellow travelers of the cause, we...
Not Travelers of the Stars.
Well, he was there too.
He was there.
We kept the faith, and we finally got Donkey Kong Bananza a little over 3 months ago on July 17th. And those of us who could avoided spoilers, and ultimately...
how could you? I don't understand.
We shut off everything. When you're not much of a gamer outside of the DKU and you do this for a living, it's actually quite easy to just turn off that part of the world and not focus on it. But I'm glad I did, because let me tell you, I fell in love with Donkey Kong Bananza itself. Regardless of references, regardless of appearances, regardless of how it tied into the larger tapestry of Donkey Kong and the DKU, I was just falling in love with Bananza. With the underground world, with the fractones, with the story it was telling. And the surprisingly satisfying, dare I say, revolutionary mechanics of voxel-powered terrain destruction. God, what a satisfying game. And as that game pressed on, and we went deeper and deeper, our concerns did fade, as much as the light of the surface sun faded for Donkey Kong and Pauline. And yet, in the back of our minds, a lingering question couldn't help but come to the surface every now and then. Would Donkey Kong Bananza end up rewarding our faith in it anyway? Welcome to the Kongversations episode on Sublayer 1500, Donkey Kong Bananza's Forbidden Lair.
So how does it feel after all this time to finally be this close?
Well, before we begin, let me explain how we're going to be handling calls on this episode and the next episode. I know a lot of you want to call in. I know, because I think about 20 of you have already called in since I announced this episode on social media and to our patrons. And I have been generally keeping calls to a minimum on these Bananza sublayer discussions. Usually no more than 5, although I've sometimes upped it to 6. Plus, maybe I'll work in a social media comment or DM along the way. But given the importance and stature of these two worlds we are now discussing, this world and the world we are discussing next time with our friend Courtney, and the very strong opinions they elicit, I knew it would be daunting to only pick 6. Not only would I have to really weed through and elevate what I felt were the best ones or the most resonant ones, but I would also then have to exclude every listener who is thinking, I want to call in for one of those episodes. And I'm too much of a softie to make those hard-ass decisions. And I did want our faithful listeners who have taken this journey with us to be able to get their own words in edgewise, while at the same time giving you, Josh, and giving Courtney the chance to say everything we wanted. I mean, everything we needed to say about these worlds. And that's why I decided the only fair way to do it would be to do a special call sack episode consisting of calls on both the Forbidden Lair, the next world, or something combining both on the episode after the next world. So Courtney has agreed to come back for that one as well. And if you want to call in, go ahead, call in 1-202-630-VINE. 8463. You can leave a message. Keep it to under 3 minutes if you can. You can also drop me a message on Blue Sky. We're at dkvine.com on Blue Sky. If you don't want to write in, you can send me a DM. And I will read those on the air as well, because I know not everyone likes to hear their own voice, and some people are in countries that you can't call in internationally, or their phone plans don't allow them without charging an exorbitant amount. So I get it. That's another method to contribute to the upcoming Callsack episode. We won't be taking calls on this one. We won't be taking calls on the next one. But the calls for both will be their own special dedicated episode.
God, imagine not being completely in love with the sound of your own voice. I wonder what that's like.
I actually hate my voice. It makes editing these episodes a real nightmare.
It never bothered me, but I always had that only child theater kid energy, I think.
See, I'm an introvert, and so I really have to turn it on for DK Vine. It's not easy, and I end up just completely draining myself. I have to go in my cryogenic chamber and replenish my energies, bathe in the blood of the youth and what have you.
I think a hallmark of me becoming an adult, sort of on the opposite end of the spectrum, was just learning to tone it down. Like, learning to like, be able to turn it off.
Okay, yeah. As soon as I hit stop recording, I collapse. I am like a dying star by the end of these conversation episodes. So, let me pop another caffeine pill and let's get going. That's all the due diligence for this episode. Geek Critique, subscribe on YouTube, DK Vine, Patreon, give us money.
Maybe he'll make a new video someday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've got to make more videos. Once I'm done with this Bananza Kongversation sub-series in this season, I have to get to work on new videos. But these have been intense, Josh. Doing these episodes, breaking down each sublayer, it has required a surprising amount of focus and work compiling these episodes. It's not just us turning on a mic and saying, let's go, let's talk about World 15 of Bananza. No, it's a long process to build these episodes.
I mean, considering we alluded to this before we actually started recording, but I want to give a shout out to you actually, Hyle, because as a testament to how much work this takes, the show notes for this episode, which I had nothing to do with. I am in no way taking credit for this. The Hyle's show notes are, at least on my screen, 73 pages long.
Yeah.
This is more like a show essay, Hyle.
On my screen, on my end, they're 105 pages long.
So when Hyle says that these episodes take a lot of work, he's not kidding.
Yeah, I'm probably taking years off of my life. I'll probably be dead before the next 3D Donkey Kong game, but it's fine because honestly, Bananza is worth it. It's what a way to go out if this is it for me. All right, let's talk first about the sinkhole drop into Sublayer 1500, because Bananza does something remarkable with this world in particular. And I call it the Planet Core Rope-a-Dope, because there is a shell game going on with this world and everything that this world entails. And in fact, it goes back quite a bit further, earlier in the game. But the game really wants you to think you are gearing up for the end of the game when you're dropping in this sinkhole. And by the way, I just want to point out too, after you exit Feast Layer, you get a new piece of artwork, a new piece of 2D artwork that's showing Pauline and Donkey Kong posing next to each other, and they're both flexing their arms. So like Pauline is flexing her arms like a gorilla, like she's Donkey Kong. And it just says, thanks to her adventure with DK, she's grown much more confident in herself, which I just love. It's kind of like the capper on Pauline's arc, at least to this point. And it really shows the importance of their relationship and how it's grown, especially since Radiance Layer, especially since Groove Layer. And like the importance of Feast Layer was showing them working as a unit, working as a perfect tandem at long last. And yeah, I just really like what this game did with their relationship. And I think really illustrates why it's important that this game didn't have Diddy as Donkey Kong's partner. Why putting a newbie on his shoulders, why putting Fresh Eyes, a stranger, next to him was such an effective way to mark this turning point in the series and also help bring in the new fans.
Mm-hmm.
So Donkey Kong and Pauline are dropping down in the sinkhole to 1500, and it's much darker than past sinkholes. It's a little eerier. And Pauline says, "Are we coming up on the planet core?" And then she says, "You ready for this, DK?" Ooh, I'm getting nervous. And then everything starts to get golden. You see a lot of Banandium ore. You start seeing like the gold tendrils, the golden roots in the distance. And Pauline says, "Look at that golden light. The Banandium Root has to be up ahead." All right, let's do this, DK. And then everything dissolves in a brilliant flash of gold. And I just love that Pauline's assumptions about where they are headed, plus the expectations in the player's mind that you might be approaching the final world of the game, and, the Banandium Root is up ahead. It's all very deftly done. It's such a great bit of misdirection.
And plus the fact that you're going to Sublayer 1500, which is one of those nice round numbers. So you're kind of like, okay, well, this would make sense.
Yeah, we don't celebrate anniversaries that aren't of 5, right? Nobody celebrates the 16th anniversary. It's the 15th anniversary is worthy of jubilation, is worthy of festivities. But the 16th, who cares? There's an off year. So, yeah, it feels like 1500 is a big deal. And then you actually get there and you're just in this, almost looks like a concrete tomb, this mausoleum, and the words "Forbidden Layer" pop up. And of course, immediately I was like, okay, all right, this isn't the final world. This is some sort of maybe security cage. It's like the thing you put in a sink so hairs don't clog it. And Donkey Kong and Pauline are now trapped in this protective layer to keep you from the planet core. That was my theory, at least. Pauline never has that assumption. It never comes up in dialogue, but that was immediately where my brain was okay, this is what we have to get through to get to the planet core. And it's a very eerie interior. I mean, it's got the Donkey Kong Bananza style concrete with the girder pattern across it, but it's a room called Shuffling Shaft. And I could sing the song if you want, but it's such an archaic reference to our audience that I don't think anybody really beyond a certain age would get it.
I'm not sure what you're referring to, if that helps.
Shaft. Theme from Shaft, Josh. Shaft! See, you don't know. You don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Was that on the Genesis or the Super Nintendo?
No, see, that cat Shaft is a bad mother. That nothing?
Nope.
Shut my mouth? Okay. Well, anyway, in Shuffling Shaft, I looked up, because I always try to see where the sinkhole that we dropped out of is, and yeah, it's up there. It's up there in this interior chamber of concrete, and then further up, Neptunite. And so you're like, all right, well, continue to explore, and then you hear this clunking sound. It's like this clunk, this metallic, unnatural, but still recognizable sound. And you're just like, what? Pauline asked. She points it out. That sound, where's it coming from? And yeah, it's material shifting back and forth, terrain that alternates between two terrain types. In this case, concrete, I believe shifting to gold and back again. And yeah, you're like, all right. And then you do find the first fossil in this room, and it is frog alt color. So we get another winky nod here. The description for frog alt color says, unlike most frogs, this one abandoned the comfort of its native ponds for the dank dangers of a life in the mines. Yeah, dank as fuck. But there's only 30 of these here, so it made me think, okay, this is going to be one of those medium-sized layers, like Hilltop, like Resorts, like Landfill, so it's like, okay, this isn't going to be a full-on, like, feast layer-sized world. This is going to be this intermediary between this and the planet core, more than likely. But, of course, Josh, I had to, before I even left the shuffling shaft, I had to start working on maxing out my smashing stats because I didn't know what I was going to encounter out there in the open. So I was like, let me go ahead and destroy as much concrete as I can using the Kong Bananza.
Listen, you can't move on until you get Blastoise to level 100.
That is my philosophy in life, generally. So, yeah, I maxed out concrete and sand in a shuffling shaft, because my rule was I got to max out 3 types of terrain in each world. And so 2 out of 3 done before I even exited this introductory chamber. I thought that was pretty good. I was like, all right, I've got the hang of this now. Anyway.
I like how, so our experiences and philosophies with this game, as we tend to be when it comes to video games in general, but this one in particular seems like they were quite different, because since I haven't been on since literally right after Bananza was released, I haven't really gotten to talk about this. When I played Bananza, I had already gotten spoiled, of course, like literally every single person I know, except for you, even the people who did not actually care about Donkey Kong, got spoiled on at least something about it. So,
yeah, I think it's one of those occasions where just exclusively doom scrolling the news on your phone actually kept me safe for once.
The one time it turned out to be a positive.
Yeah, I mean, it completely wrecked me as far as everything else in my psyche, but it did keep me from knowing that Smash and Tone was in this world, so phew!
But because of that, because I'd already gotten spoiled on one thing, and there was something else that I actually cared about even more, which we can't get into in this episode, that I really didn't want to get spoiled on, my first experience with Bananza was, I'm going to play through it. I'm not going to, rush necessarily, but I'm going to put a lot of time into it and get through it as fast as I reasonably can.
Yeah. Yeah, and meanwhile, and I was adamant that nobody was going to ruin this experience for me, and that I was going to play Donkey Kong Bananza the way I like to play games, which is completely losing myself in every scrumptious detail. And yeah, I know, I'm a freak. I'm not a gamer, Josh, and I've come to terms with that about myself. I am just so different from every gamer in my circle, and even the more casual gamers, I'm just wired so differently, where for me, it's more about the experience and the world building and the joy of getting to bound around in that world and interacting with characters and environments. And it's not about, I've got to beat this because I've got to beat 3 other games next week. It's Bananza is it for me. Bananza is going to be my recreation, my leisure, my escape for the entire summer into fall. I mean, it's just how I am. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with who I am. But
I don't think there's any wrong way to be a gamer. If you want to call yourself a you can, there are gamers who the kinds of video games and the things about them that are completely different from me. But, you know, if you call yourself a gamer, you're a gamer. But if you don't want to call yourself a gamer, I can't blame you for that either, because holy shit. some of us give the rest of us a really, really bad rep.
That was my philosophy a few years back. Like, if you play any sort of game, you are a gamer. But I feel like even the term itself, like, who cares? You know, like it doesn't matter. It's trying to fit into a clique. It's trying to fit into a lifestyle. And my only tether to gaming is the DKU. And I'm cool with that. I mean, like, if I didn't have DK Vine, I would have probably drifted away from this hobby years ago. So it's just weird then when because there are more hardcore gamers in my immediate circle and they think I'm a smelly weirdo. And I'm actually very clean. I shower. I use so much deodorant. I always give myself a scent check almost every hour on the hour. So the opposite of smelly, but I smelly in their subculture.
Rest assured that both Hyle and you all can't smell us, but both Hyle and I smell good.
We do. Yeah. I mean, Josh, always in the gym, but still maintains that personal hygiene, which, it's just a self-respect thing. I mean, it's not just self-respect, but it's common courtesy towards others.
Oh, I wonder if I could record a podcast and be in the gym at the same time.
Yeah, you know what? I was wondering if that was actually what you're going to do with this one.
That would never work. It would be funny, but it wouldn't work.
Not for an episode like this, of this stature,
right.
But maybe on a toss-off episode. It would be a fun gimmick to try.
It would be rude to the other people in the gym and to the listeners.
Well, unless the people in the gym are the listeners, huh?
That's a good idea. You and I could go to the gym together, okay, and invite. I don't know. This would maybe this can eventually be part of the Kongversation.
Yeah, we could do character witness Brash Bear or Mr. Fit or something. Yeah.
Oh, so I would love to be on character witness Brash Bear. By the way, that is my favorite Brothers Bear.
I know, but I think Jeff would be very upset. I already made Jeff mad because Jeff wanted to be on the Freezer Layer episode, and I bumped Jeff to Forest Layer. So if I took away Jeff's favorite DKC character.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not. Maybe I'll call in for that one anyway.
Yeah. Fizdap says all the listeners have to be working out too. Yeah, that's the rule. If you want to listen to the episode, you have to be working out, even if it's doing like kegels or something at home.
Even if it's doing the pegging games.
It's my favorite young adult dystopian novel series. So, exiting the shuffling shaft, we find ourselves in this like pinkish, almost ethereal environment. And these immediate starting areas called Do Not Enter Depths, which I just love all of the naming conventions of this layer. So, Forbidden Layer reveals itself to actually be something of a sequel of sorts to The Divide or The Junction. This layer that's almost more like a way station rather than a fully realized locale with its own customs and practices and cultures. Although it does have a culture, a very hostile one, but it's much bigger than the Divide and the Junction, and is more comparable, like I said, to your hilltops, your resorts, your landfills, or your grooves. And in the distance, we see this enormous... It reminded me of the Game of Thrones throne. I can see that, yeah. From off of Game of Thrones. But it's this enormous gate in the distance, made of concrete, but in this very jagged, rounded shape. Very oppressive, very spooky. And if you look up then, you can see the pay dirt pile driver, Void Kong's massive dirt pile that he's been traveling on since their introduction in the story back in Ingot Isle. And that means Void Kong is already here. Void Kong's already behind the gate. And, behind this gate, we're to assume the Banandium Root is there. So that means Void Kong is already in position to gain control of the Banandium Root, at least if everything the game is telling us is true. But you do look behind the gate and you see that intense golden glow behind it. It is definitely a spot of some importance, and it's just getting there that's going to be the problem. So there are warning signs all around, Josh. These are in the style of the Exploratone tablets or the lore tablets in Groove Layer. So you've got this very ancient Fractonian language in the cyan and magenta color scheme of the underground world energy that is being harnessed. And it says, "Begone, intruders. The shuffle stones found here are an anti-trespassing measure. Take the hint and leave."
And this is so it's kind of cool that I get to be on this episode, because you pointing out that it's a sequel to The Divide is kind of it reminds me of, I'll be honest, when I was doing my initial playthrough of Bananza, I started out absolutely loving it, absolutely being in love with it. I was really, really, really feeling it. My wife kept discovering new things about it, and she kept saying how did they make this game? Because it all just seems so brilliant. But by the time I got to the Canyon layer, and I know you love the Canyon layer, but I wasn't really feeling it so much anymore by that point, because I think the game had been in its early stages a little too, it's sort of soft tutorial stages for a little too long. So there was a part of me, I was still enjoying it, don't get me wrong, but there was a bit of me that was is this all it's gonna be for the entire rest of the game? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're gonna keep destroying terrain and fighting bosses, and that is just gonna go on from there. And then I got to the Divide, and I think it's and also after that, the difficulty really starts bumping up, and the individual world gimmicks, of which this world has a fantastic one, start bumping up. So I think what I came to realize is that it was just the tutorial section, but also the Divide and this layer as well both have such a distinct, sort of melancholy aesthetic that I think really speaks to the ambience of the more ambient parts of the Donkey Kong Country series, which always feels very Donkey Kong to me. And I think that the game does a really, really, really great job balancing its tone, and sort of this layer comes right after the most whimsical layer in the entire game, in the Feast layer. So just sort of, it never stays on one thing for too long. It always keeps things very fresh and interesting. And I think putting this layer right next to the Feast layer like that was definitely intentional.
Yeah, they're concurring in the live stream with us. Brookie Kong says pretty much the same thing. Although it says that Feast layer might have an unsettling tone, but it's being coy about it. Trying to hide something spooky about it. And I kind of agree with that. It's almost like this calm before the storm where everything is serene, but there's this element just on the wind of something is off. Something is off on the immediate horizon. And then this is in the, if not the storm, then this is where the wind is picking up and chilling the hairs on your neck. And, Pauline, again, has the dialogue that just comes up in gameplay itself. And she says, is this the planet core? Again, putting the idea that this could be the planet core, just branded as the Forbidden Layer in your head. The game, the developers want you thinking in those terms. They want you to think the Banandium Root is behind this gate. And so what I did is I was like, I just, compared to where Feastlayer was on the teleport map, it doesn't feel right to me. And I went to the gong. I went to the warp gong. I punched it. I got Mama, I got the Mama eel up and the elevator, and I let her swallow me temporarily so I could see where this was in the placement. And sure enough, there's still some pretty significant distance between Forbidden Layer and what looks to be the actual core of the Earth. And so I was like, is planet core just this colloquial term? Is this just as close you can get to the center of the Earth? And so this is what they call the planet core? But they would probably just call it the planet core, not the Forbidden Layer then, wouldn't they? What is up here, Bananza? What game are you playing? Except Donkey Kong Bananza. Obviously, that's the game. It's the game I'm playing, but what is the game Bananza is playing? So
yeah, and you saying that, I mean, I can totally see now, like looking back, like how Feastlayer does have, you know, some off-putting elements in and of itself as well, but I think that's more an artifact of me playing through it so quickly that I kind of just skimmed the surface of everything.
Yeah, I think that's the benefit too of the way I played it, is that
for sure.
You know, right now I'm at almost 170 hours into my Bananza playthrough, my sessions, and I mean, it's the most I have played a game outside of Sea of Thieves, which just wins by default. It's not really fair, but it's the most I've played a game probably since the early aughts, if not the late 90s. There's no other game in my Switch/Switch 2 lineage that I've played as much as Donkey Kong Bananza. So I've gotten to really think about each world as I play it, and then I get to reflect on each world, you know, from the perspective of later worlds in a way that, you know, I don't know if many other players would have that benefit. I mean, I'm sure there's players out there who have played it even more intensely and longer than I have, but they probably don't have a Donkey Kong podcast that they record every week.
Probably not. Yeah, I know there were players. I don't know if anybody's done like every single layer, but I know there were people who were going through and like breaking every single bit of terrain in every layer.
Yeah.
So that would take a while.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Especially something like Feastlayer or Canyon Layer. Oh God. But yeah, you can talk to the Fractone by the Warp Gong, and this is also some important context here, because this is just a Fractone from up above. This is a Fractone from maybe Hilltop Layer, maybe Groove Layer, maybe Landfill Layer, who knows? But they say, "Oh, did you come from above as well? We're glad to see some friendly faces. Something strange about this place. The Fractones here don't seem like us. Visit the others of us at the top of the tower, and you'll see what we mean." And yeah, there's this big, oppressive concrete tower. It looks like the Shuffling Shaft, but an exterior, right above you and this Fractone. And, you know, given how friendly and utterly wholesome the Fractones have been as a society, as a culture, up until this point, the fact that this Fractone is like, oh, I don't know about these Fractones.
Yep.
It unsettled me in a way that I don't think any creepy ambiance or mood music could have done. Like, the fact that this Fractone was like, these dicks up here, I was like, okay, there's something off about this whole situation, and I don't like this. I feel like I'm one of these victims strolling in a horror movie that the audience is screaming, turn around, like, you know, get out of there. And of course I have to keep going, but that's not sure.
that's a really good metaphor, because that is sort of the whole vibe of this layer.
Yeah.
Is that it's just constantly, everything about it seems to be constantly telling you, literally and figuratively, that you need to get out of there.
Right. It's actually discouraging you from progressing. And of course, the way I play a game, the way I play this game, just marinating in it, stewing in it for as long as possible, you can imagine the dread that was building up in me. It wasn't just 20 minutes of uneasy vibes. It was a few days of indoctrination, of being told that there are unimagined Lovecraftian horrors awaiting me beyond this gate. Get the fuck out of here. And, whether this was the Planet Core or some sort of security sink trap to keep travelers out, between the hostility of the unknown and the seeming unwelcome nature of the fractones that reside here, that quiet dread just steadily mounted, through each major level of progression through this world.
I think that was the most sort of disturbing part of it to me, was that the fractones there would act the way that they did there, because when the fractones, I think, were technically the first characters we saw in the first trailer.
Yeah,
and I wasn't totally sold on them. I wasn't my initial reaction was well, these guys are a little off-putting, and I think that's by design. But the game is so well written that you very quickly come to see them as okay, well, these guys are very warm and friendly and helpful, and I like them, and I like talking to them, and I like reading their dialogue. So to go through the entire game with that mindset and having those expectations set, and then you come to this place where the fractones are, reacting to you that way and talking that way, is just it adds to that ambience of I'm feeling just incredibly unwelcome there.
Yeah, because, the earliest actual underground world tribe that Donkey Kong meets in this game are the Salvager monkeys, and they are pretty xenophobic. They are pretty hostile. There's a really cool parallel between this and Lagoon Layer, to have that hostility of that unwelcome nature of them telling you to get out. And then you meet the fractones in the very next world, and it's just the complete opposite of that. And they are the most welcoming, again, wholesome species, tribe, society that you meet. I mean, the zebras are cool, ostriches are cool, but really, it's the fractones that become your bedrock throughout your traversals here, except for that time Donkey Kong was jailed by a couple, but they mostly apologized for that. But that was the first instance of fractones seeming off. Yeah, and then you get here, and the fractones want nothing to do with you. Oh boy. Mm-hmm. So there's another lore tablet, another Begone intruders, that give a little bit more context. And it explains the concrete towers found here are anti-trespassing measures. They are constructed of concrete. Standard strength cannot destroy them. Take the hint and leave. So, of course, you can't. So you climb, you scale the first concrete tower. And I do love, at this late stage in the game, it is kind of like these concrete towers are, it's kind of like a classic old school arcade Donkey Kong vibe, right? You have to be the gorilla ascending this skyscraper, effectively. And in this case, and you have this lady on your shoulder, on your back as well. But in this case, it's the complete opposite of what Donkey Kong Sr. was all about. It's more benign. It's from a heroic perspective, but you are almost regressing to this primal Donkey Kong state.
The primordial Donkey Kong.
Yeah, as you are almost in the cradle of life itself, potentially. Yeah, it's just so many thematic things that are just under the I was going to say under the surface, but that could be taken as a metaphor as well. So many things that are just kind of almost hidden in plain sight, but your brain doesn't pick up on until after the fact. And you're like, oh yeah, that is a little, I mean, the fact that the concrete is layered like the girders of Donkey Kong 81. Wow. Like that might be the whole reason they have that pattern in them. Is just,
and I feel like this is like exactly why what I've always enjoyed so much about your work, Hyle, is that I never would have made that connection or even noticed that on my own. But now I'm like, I'm never gonna look at it again and not see it.
Yeah. I mean, I just made that connection. That's not even in my show notes. My brain just fired in that direction. I was like, oh yeah, I bet that's why the concrete had that pattern in the very first place. It might have come about because of this world, and then they worked backwards. So, first concrete tower. You get up there, and God, the fractones you meet up here. There's one that says, "You shouldn't have come," and the fractones in Forbidden Zone do not speak in song like the other fractones. There's no rhymey, sing-songy language. There's no punctuation except just blunt periods. There's this extremely serious, cold, and detached Vulcan-like tone to all of them. And it sucks. It's just, again, like, it makes your skin crawl because of how wrong it feels.
Yeah, I've been on an adventure to learn Japanese over the past month. And hearing that, it makes me very curious how the fractones, and particularly these fractones, might be characterized, given this game was made in Japan. And I know that tends to be a sticking point for translation, is capturing some of those tonal differences.
Yeah. Yeah, I really want to do a deep dive on the Japanese language of the dialogue of this game, just to see some of the nuance.
Give me a few years. I might be able to help you with that eventually.
Okay, great. Yeah. Just because I think it would be interesting, given how, like, this game in particular has, I think, some of my favorite dialogue in any DKU game. It's just amazing that this thing exists, and it's full of the jokes and callbacks and clever little details that I never really thought we would get in a Donkey Kong game. Granted, we haven't had a new 3D Donkey Kong game since 1999, so the opportunity to have it is not really there in a 2D game, or at least the way, the retro 2D games were. So I'm just astounded at some of the dialogue and text in this game.
Yeah, the writing quality in this game is absolutely fantastic. I think we knew that as soon as we got that original clip of Cranky's dialogue.
Yeah.
We were like, okay, this is good shit. This is actually really good shit. But
the dank ass shit.
Do the kids still say dank? I'm really not sure.
The only reason I say it so much is that old Facebook page for that cool ass spider with his sneakers from Donkey Kong Country 2, where there was just 4 posts in every 5 years, and it would just say stuff like dank as fuck, good ass weed. And
yeah, I feel like dank peaked around about 2014.
But I love it as a callback to that in particular, because that is just the funniest little bit of surreal humor that I've ever encountered on really any social media page. So the big, and I mean big, element to the fractones in this world are the securitones. They are the new fractone type that we meet here, and they are effectively enormous monoliths, like from 2001: A Space Odyssey, and like that one artwork from It's Mr. Pants. It's like they are imposing. They kind of have the same fractonium color scheme as the concierges of the getaways, the trusty tones, but it's maybe a little bit darker, like a little bit more obsidian blue than just dark blue. And yeah, they look like enormous pillars just standing imposing in front of you. And you go up to talk to one and they say, "Get out." And then unsettling ellipses between every sentence. Just "get out, ... Like they really draw it out. Like, do I need to say more? And you keep going, and they say, "This place is off limits. Unless you pay 2,000 in gold." Which, okay. I mean, at least they can be bribed. Doesn't seem like you're really doing your job, but maybe they think, who has that kind of money? Well, they don't know that this is a gorilla who has been grinding for the past 15 plus worlds. So
what do you think they do with it, with the money?
I don't know. And like maybe infrastructure, like building higher concrete towers. I don't know.
Maybe.
But yeah, you can bribe them like you can the constructed tones. You can, pay them off, and then they say, like, you pay them, and then they say ... and then they just go back into the tower. They just go away, and what it creates is this prismatic passage zone, this bubble that surrounds like your concrete tower to approximately the next concrete tower, to just the edge of the next concrete tower. And like, what does a passage zone mean? Well, if you listen to, like, Pauline says, so how does this work? Like, what did we just do? But one of the other fractones will say, "Don't you dare throw chunks. Don't you do it." So you throw a chunk in one of these prismatic passage zones, and it creates passage stone, which is like a bridge. It's kind of like a trail that follows the trajectory of the chunk, sort of a mix between fractonium, which is what it most resembles, and liftoff ore, when the trail of liftoff ore is produced in Resort Layer. And you have to like time your trajectory, how you're going to throw it to create a bridge, but you can then pick up a piece of passage stone, throw that, and make another bridge. So you can just keep it going. Like, I don't know the limits, or if there are any limits to how much passage stone bridges and walkways you can actually make.
Well, the limit is probably, if I had to guess, the frame rate of the game, because if you do this enough, before we started recording, I was just sort of like running through Forbidden Layer and, getting my bearings on it, since it's been a couple of months. And if you just keep throwing passage stone and keep making bridges for long enough, the game's frame rate, this is, the frame rate of Bananza is a little bit inconsistent anyway, but it's very playable. It's no big deal. But here you can really drill it down if you just keep throwing stuff. Because I think, it has to render and calculate the trajectory of all of those rotating chunks at the same time.
Yeah. In the live stream, Freezer is with us after being so cruel to me on the last episode, and says, "I didn't know this till I beat the layer because I used Snake and Ostrich together to skip paying them."
Really? Man, I didn't even know that was possible.
That makes me ill, Freezer. That makes me disgusted. I had all this gold. Of course I was going to pay them.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I hadn't bought too many... Well, no, the cosmetics are with fossils. I hadn't bought too many things with the gold, so I was very flushed with cash.
And I just hoarded, because
you had taken your time so much.
Yeah. Marchero says, "My bridges looked horrendous when playing this layer. They were everywhere." Yeah, there's one screenshot in particular I held on to and put in my show notes to make that point. But the first passage zone is pretty basic. You just throw a chunk and you make a bridge, and then you make some other bridges, and it's pretty straightforward. You know, you're just making bridges, getting the hang of Passage Stone. So easy peasy. And then, you know, it's not that big of a deal, and you can get to the second concrete tower. But more fractones are admonishing you along the way. One says, "Do not approach that blockade," referring to the gates. "It is sealed for a reason." And then, just in case you aren't observant, just in case you're like Freezer and you just speed run over all of the details that were lovingly put into this game by the brilliant devs. The camera then shows you the pay dirt pile driver floating in the sky, and says, "And yet some reckless fool flew past it without hesitation." So, in case the stakes were not conveyed to you that, hey, Void Kong's already passed that gate, maybe you shouldn't be maxing out your smashing stats, Hyle. And I'm like, what's Void Kong gonna do? I don't see a timer on screen. This isn't Hideout Helm. I will take my time, and Void Kong will thank me for it when I beat the life out of him after I get there. So the second concrete tower, God, I just love the Fractone dialogue in this world, because one of them says, "Whatever you're about to do, don't."
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Or, "You came here? Why?" Just... I've never felt so conspicuously awkward, and like in my head canon, right? Like every time I turn off the game, I imagine Donkey Kong and Pauline, if they're not at a getaway, they just curl up to sleep next to one of the tuning forks. So I imagine how awkward it would be for them to take a nap while all these Fractones are just staring at them with daggers in their eyes, hoping they die in their sleep.
Yeah, the Fractones never try to physically stop you. And given the way they were talking, I was a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, and you know, like, I'm thinking there might be some twist with the Exploratone stuff. Like, I'm like, has he become some sort of despot down here? Is he like some sort of tyrant, and they're actually like, that's going to be the twist where the Exploratone was corrupted by his quest for knowledge, like some sort of like altered states thing where the more you seek to uncover about the natures of existence, then the more you will be driven mad. And I don't know, like at this point, I'm considering all possibilities on the table. So there is another lore tablet on the second concrete tower, Begone Intruders. And this one gets into some elevator warp gong stuff. It says, the little elevators will... Oh, excuse me. It says, if you won't leave, at least open up your map with the little minus button, whatever it's called, select.
I still call it the select button.
Yeah.
They will never change that.
And select where you want to teleport to. And then you can return to the entrance, take the hint, and leave.
Like it's breaking it's acknowledging the conventions of the video game to tell you to get out.
Right. I love that. I love that.
I love that shit, right?
I also love that there is just this signpost here that says, hey, back there's the exit. Don't be afraid to use it.
Yeah, it reminds me to make a reference that I don't think you'll get. It reminds me of Metal Gear Solid 2 when the AI kernel comes on and tells you to turn the game console off right now.
Yeah,
I've always loved that shit.
It reminds me of when Cranky Kong tells me I should be playing something else. The original Donkey Kong Country trilogy. But the
Cranky Kong may well be the reason I love that shit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, too. I think Cranky Kong was really one of my first love affairs with meta humor and breaking the fourth wall, and like the fun that can be had with those conventions while still actually caring about the world and not being pulled out of it. Like, I think you can take it too far. Like, honestly, like, I think Deadpool might take it too far for my taste, but Cranky Kong.
You have to hit Deadpool has to hit a really correct balance. But no, reading the Donkey Kong Land the story of Donkey Kong Land in the manual as a kid was a very formative experience for me.
Yeah, I think that Cranky Kong isn't the actual protagonist. Cranky Kong isn't the main character. It works for me because he almost seems like he could be a crazy person.
Right.
Like, just the crazy person that can actually see through the blinders of reality. Again, the existence of reality. Cranky Kong has seen beyond the veil, and he knows all, but to everyone who is not him, he seems like a raving lunatic. Anyway, there's a secure tone up here. You know, again, you shouldn't be down here unless you pay 5,000 gold. So you're like, okay, they're going to keep upping the cost. It's just going to get more expensive as I progress. Fine. You know, at this point, I had over 300,000 in gold. So I wasn't that concerned about running out. But the next passage zone, the next prismatic area to get from the second concrete tower to the third concrete tower, this is a pivoting zone. And Josh, what is the pivoting zone here?
The pivoting zone?
Yes, like how does
Sonic reference?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I mean there is a lot of blue going around in circles here, but it's not where your brain is going.
Oh, are you talking about the part where now the prismatic area starts rotating?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It starts rotating. Is it clockwise? I think it's clockwise. It's
depends
definitely
on which side of it you're standing on, I guess.
Yeah. Well, true, but it's moving around the perimeter like the dial on a clock. And so that means, and I didn't realize this at first. I threw the chunk and I was like, all right, there it is. And then I turned my head and I was like, where did the chunk go? Where did the passage stone go? And then I saw it was in a place I didn't put it. And I was like, that's weird. That's weird. And then it slowly dawned on me that it was moving. And it's moving just slow enough that it's not a real problem, especially because you can keep making bridges. It's just you've got to keep moving. And of course, there are other little islets floating around here that have stuff like fossils or like challenge courses. And so there's stuff you want to check out along the way, which means you know, and of course, like Freezer said, you can finesse it with the ostrich bonanza or the snake bonanza. And there are certain areas where you will have to do that if you have to get slightly out of the passage zone. But if you're just doing the blunt progression, blunt, dank, if you're just trying to go from one tower to the other, it's pretty easy, even if at this point you're like, oh God, don't fall.
Yeah, and you really notice it too if you do go and explore one of those little islands, because then you know you'll do whatever you're going to do there, and you'll turn back around and you look up, and now the bridge that you came over on is like way up in the sky.
Right. This, however, was where I maxed out my smashing stats for the passage stone. And I was like, well, all right, if that's what we're doing. So I just made as much passage stone as I could, and I destroyed it diligently until it was completely maxed out in my smashing stats. I was like, there's my third terrain taken care of. I can concentrate on the task at hand.
So how did you come to the decision to do 3 on each layer?
I maxed out 3 in the Ingot Isle area,
Right.
without even intending to. It just because I spent 4 hours in the initial tunnel before I moved on, and so I maxed out so much by that point, and so it was just okay, that's what I'm gonna do, and was like as a baseline. Of course, by Feast Layer, I was fetishizing it, and I was trying to max out as much as I could. Like every food type sans ketchup, which there's so little ketchup in Feast Layer, Josh. You can't max out your ketchup unless you're just diligently resetting the terrain and just knocking off the same giant French fry again and again and again. And I thought that's a bit ridiculous, and that seems like dishonest. That seems like an unethical way to max out one's smashing stats.
Maybe, but if you're like 14 years old right now and you want to someday inherit the DK Vine legacy from Hyle, then I think maxing out ketchup in Feast Layer would be a damn good point to have on your resume.
Well, I've already said I'm going to leave the site to Matt if anything happens to me. Okay. Matt will be the new editor-in-chief, so you have to wait out Matt first of all. But yeah, but God, it always feels good when they introduce a new piece of terrain in the game and you max it out. Like it feels so good to me. It felt so good because it was like, yeah, because at this point in the game too, I was thinking it would be nice to have said I maxed out most terrain types somewhere in the game. So
yeah, you're using second person pronouns there, and I'm like, well, no, not me.
Okay,
I don't care about that chart.
If you're a little weirdo like me, if you're a little sweaty but still sweet smelling weirdo like me, then yes, like when they introduced all the food types in Feast Layer, I was like, oh, I can't wait to max out. Those 3 types of cheese. And same thing with the fruits in Resort Layer, and here, late in the game, we're introduced to a new stone type, and I was like, God, it would be good to just check that off right here, right now, and I did.
Not to say I'm not a weirdo, I'm just not quite that kind of weirdo, most of the time anyway, but I do really, really appreciate these prismatic areas. I think it's a great example of sort of what I alluded to earlier, how once you get out of the early game and Bananza starts like throwing all kinds of just new concepts and new gimmicks and new ideas at you, like I was just continuously so blown away by how much it was able to get out of its core concepts and out of like this idea of voxel technology. They really seemed like they pushed it like beyond imagination almost.
Oh, for sure. And the whole concept of terrain. I mentioned this before, but when it was clear to me in that like Nintendo Treehouse playthrough of some of the early Bananza areas in the like day after and the day after that of the initial Bananza hype cycle after the original reveal, I was thinking, God, like the whole focus on terrain and which type of terrain can destroy the other types of terrain, and that seems boring to me. That seems so dull and dry and not the type of thing I want to concern myself when playing a Donkey Kong game. How wrong was I? How like actually immersed in it and actually having like the slow progression of new types of terrain and new types of ways to interact with the terrain. It was one of the most surprising joys of Bananza, was being won over by its gameplay philosophy.
Yeah, I think the very early part of the Bananza hype cycle was hurt a little bit by the fact that they didn't want to reveal Pauline was in the game, even though they accidentally already had.
Right.
So they had to, and Nintendo anyway is their like in their marketing and in their games alike, they tend to be very gameplay and mechanics focused, and sometimes that works very well for them, and then sometimes it can feel like they're focusing, like you're watching like it feels a little bit like you're watching an instruction manual.
Which sounds great to me, but not in the way that I would be thinking of it. I would be thinking of Cranky Kong yelling at me every other page. Yeah, and yeah, like I think that, Nintendo likes to, control their hype cycles their way, and Pauline was part of that. Like, let's not make Pauline part of the early focus. But I think not focusing on really anything that was like recognizable to Donkey Kong fans, definitely did dampen the early Bananza hype cycle for some people. And but then actually getting to play the game and actually finding like what a joy it is to just dig through the ground, like to take a chunk and like use it to tear through other chunks or the ground, or like it's so fun. And also just getting to crawl around on everything, getting to climb walls, getting to traverse, and it's such an addicting game, and it's such a fun approach to the 3D platformer genre that I can't believe I never thought of some of this stuff prior to Bananza as to how to do 3D Donkey Kong.
Yeah, by this point, I was way past the point of feeling a bit silly forever for a moment, doubting that this team was going to be able to pull it off.
But again, I think Donkey Kong fans in particular, which, Josh, you are a Donkey Kong fan, so this does
a little bit,
you.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah. I think we were just so on edge based on our own history, based on us being down this road before. And I mean, it all kind of starts with Jungle Beat and the immediate post-buyout era, but I think that Bananza, it followed a conventional modern Nintendo hype cycle. And I think that works well for making the game accessible for a wider audience, but I think Donkey Kong fans in particular, we were waiting to get to the fireworks factory, as I've been saying. We were waiting to see something to connect it to what we had been waiting for. That sense of validation, that sense of this is a game that is part of a much longer history, and that history is respected. That history is not just the ancient past, but it is the present and potentially the future as well. So
I think ultimately, while it was a little touch and go at the very, very start of the hype cycle, by the time the game actually came out, and I believe this even more having now finished it, I think that they struck exactly the right balance.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
This being a brand new 3D Donkey Kong game, I would have bought it and played it regardless of anything else.
Sure.
But I think I went into it knowing exactly as much as I wanted to without going like overboard and finding out, and having too much of it spoiled.
Right. Exactly. So anyway, you deal with the rotating passage stone and you get to the third concrete tower. Now, there is another smaller prismatic zone you can activate adjacent that you have to climb down the tower, and there's another Securitone down there, and you only pay 1,000 gold for this because it allows you to access what's called the Lonely Isle. And it has a Banandium gem on there, and I'm sure people just use the Ostrich Bonanza or the Snake Bonanza with the Ostrich Bonanza to get over there. But if you want to spend the gold like a good citizen and, support the local economy of building oppressive concrete towers, you then have access to this really fun little like prismatic corridor where the passage stone, if it touches the outside, it turns to lava. And so you only have this like narrow window before your passage stone becomes inhospitable to the touch. And so it was really fun trying to navigate this and get over there to that Banandium gem. And it's why, speedrunners, yeah, sure, whatever. But I think
Freezer in the chat says, I think I hurt Hyle.
No. I'm just saying how much more fun the game is if you spend 170 hours in it versus rushing through it your first weekend. And, if that's the way you want to have fun with it, you bought it, right? If you stole it, then you have no leg to stand on. I don't want to hear from you. But if you bought this game, play it however you want. Don't let me, the non-gamer, the Donkey Kong freak boy, don't let me dissuade you from having a good time. But
for me, it's not so much that I wanted to play it that way. It's more that I felt like I needed to because I was terrified of getting spoiled on even more shit if I didn't.
And I understand that. And that's what a lot of people on DK Vine's staff did. I know Cameron was very like focused on beating the game as fast as possible. So was Jeff. But I think that for me, I was just like, I'm going to eschew my duties for 3 months. It's great.
Right.
I'm going to be a lot.
My plan is and was even at the time that, okay, I'll blitz through it fairly quickly first, and then I'll go back and do a replay of it, taking my time.
Yeah.
And then what happened was, after I finished it, now I have to 100% it. Okay, and now I've 100%ed it. That took a long time. I'm a little burnout. I'm going to give it some time. And then a week after I got done doing that, the DLC comes out.
Sure.
So, yeah, I put another dozen or so hours just into that. And now I'm giving it some time, and I will go back and I will enjoy it properly and take my time. And I'm really looking forward to it. I think I'm really going to enjoy it.
Yeah. I will probably never stop playing it at this rate.
Probably not.
But yeah, I do want to apologize to everyone I ignored for 3 months. All the emails I left unanswered, or unread even. I just went off the grid as much as I could. And yet I still like updated DK Vine. I still did all my duties there. I still did social media posts every single day.
Yeah, I honestly do not understand for a second how you avoided getting spoiled on this.
I'm a case study for the future,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So, third concrete tower. Be gone, intruders, says yet another angry sign. If you won't leave, you must pay for your intrusion with gold. I like how just now they're trying to justify this. For enough gold, we will give you the power to create throw zones. Within those zones, thrown chunks will create trails, but navigating our many anti-trespassing measures is impossible. Okay. Take the hint. Leave! And I like that they put leave in all caps because there's nothing to communicate to me that the ancient fractone language has any lowercase. But apparently you can have angry shouting in this language.
Yeah, it's also kind of strange that they're going to the trouble now of explaining how the throw zones work. Like, you probably would have figured this out by now if you've made it here. Although, I mean, yeah, we know now that it is possible to just get there with the Bananza forums, so.
Yeah. But I like
maybe if you haven't figured out how it works yet, here's how it is.
And maybe they're just trying to psych people out because, like, yeah, you've gotten through to this point, but this one's going to be impossible. This one is Donkey Kong Pauline and the Impossible Layer right here. You're not going to get to the end. So you talk to the Securitone here, and this place is off limits, go figure, unless you pay 999,000 gold. So I said, do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
I wonder if there was anyone who kind of got gated by this, who,
oh yeah,
did actually have to go back and like grind for gold to get some of this stuff.
I'm sure there has to be. Statistically, there has to be somebody who, like, yes, of course you can cheese it with Bananzas, but I'm sure there was somebody who was like, got to get more gold, and they just like had to go back. They had to backtrack, and I think that's great. Honestly, like, I love that they like got smacked in the face a little bit. Not because I'm sadistic or anything, just because like I'm sure the developers were intending for that to happen to some people. I think like I'm outside the norm because I had way too much gold at that point. But I think for a lot of people they would be cutting it close.
From the Securitone's perspective, it would look like you were actually listening to them and then coming back and pissing them off even more.
Right. I was like, oh, we got rid of that loser, and then like a day passes and they come back.
Well, at least he's loaded now.
Right, yeah. Like, how did you get that much gold in that little time? Is this a crypto scam? Like, what is happening here? Did you go to one of the
I turned
sports?
into an elephant, and vacuumed a trophy.
No, you just went on a sports betting app, didn't you?
Yeah.
You just went on the sports betting app and betted on the racing layer, and that's how you got this little windfall of gold. We know.
Oh, God. One of my friends is into sports betting apps. I do not understand the appeal.
Yeah, be careful, people. It's highly addictive. If you do not know if you have a gambling addiction or not, a lot of people are finding out they do. And it's very easy to lose everything. So just be careful out there. Stick to Donkey Kong Bananza if you can.
I mean, you better be careful. They might start sports betting on Donkey Kong facts.
God, I could clean up. God.
Will Kiddy Kong ever appear again? I hope not, but will he?
Oh, Kiddy Kong will rule us all, Josh. Just you wait. Anyway, this final passage zone. By the way, I just love the way the gate is oppressively looming by this point. By the third concrete tower, like it's just being framed behind the Securitone, and it's just like it's very unsettling. It's very creepy. It almost looks like the asterisk from hell. I don't know. But you create this prismatic zone, and then at least you've got the blue and pink color scheme in the lovely refracting colors to kind of liven it up a little bit. And this is a passage zone where the passage stone itself rotates while also doing the orbiting pattern around the perimeter. So this is just like doubly obnoxious. And I had to create so many bridges to get this to work right. The absolute state of it, I said, in reference to this one screenshot where it's just this unseemly mess of blue, fractonium-esque rock, just and like it if it like touches another surface, it will shred it. It'll just break it and just like grind into it. Oh God, it was just hard to look at. But and of course, then you press pause or you go to the map and it's on the map as well, and it just
right.
It really just it's like taking a magic marker to a masterpiece and just drawing squiggles all around it.
God, speaking of like, quote, how did they make this game? This game probably has like the best example of a 3D map I've ever seen.
A lot of people didn't like it. I know Jeff early on said he had a problem with the map in this game. Like it made him nauseous.
I see. Yeah. I just mean in terms of the way that it represents everything that you have done and everything that's happened to the stage.
Yes,
like
yes.
It's actually on the map. And also, I'm traditionally just absolute garbage at like keeping track of myself and navigating in 3D space. So it really, really, really helps with that too. It's like even things down to like how the camera zooms out and like goes to the map view, and then when you come back in, like the camera's facing the same way it was when you were on the map.
It is a
like,
technical achievement.
Really, really helps.
Yeah, I love the map. I grew to love the map. It took a while to get the hang of the map, but by this point, I was pro at whipping that out, and and I really like started utilizing it more and more to not only like know where I was spatially with everything else, but also to keep track of like the fossils I needed to get, Banandium gems I needed to get that I procured from the maps. And yeah, it really was just, the whole game is just such a beautiful synergy with itself. And I can't imagine, I know they were developing this for the Switch 1. I cannot imagine.
God, yeah.
I cannot imagine this game on the Switch 1 for all of the gnashing of the teeth and the wailing of my vocal cords that I was doing about how I really wanted it on the Switch 1. God, I'm glad they waited for the Switch 2.
It was the right decision. Yeah, it was an incredibly long wait, but Like, it would have been nice to have this in, say, like, 2021, but it was absolutely the right decision for the sake of this concept, especially.
The fact that Bananza was probably complete like a year before it launched, and they just had to wait for the Switch 2. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad they did. I'm glad they did.
Mm-hmm.
Can't forget about Cranky Kong, though, Josh. Cranky Kong is up on one of the little islets en route between the third concrete tower and the gate. And unfortunately, he's just above the zone. So you gotta utilize some fancy Bananza footwork to get up there. I met him as Snake Bananza Donkey Kong, which what a sight that was to see Cranky Kong next to this hulking snake form of his son/grandson.
I do wish Cranky had some commentary about that if you talk to him while in a Bananza form.
He doesn't even have commentary about Pauline, which I know they avoided that for reasons, but I'm I'm sure he would have had some interesting things to say. I'm just glad that Rambi had nothing to say. I am glad Posh Rambi is in the morgue where it belongs. Let that idea die. Rambi is a big dog. We all know it. We all love it.
Rambi with full dialogue.
Yes. Oh, Donkey Kong, it seems you have taken on a serpentine nature. It would suck. It would just completely ruin Bananza. All these lovely things we've been saying about Bananza, we would just completely chuck out the window and we just go on a 5-hour rant about Posh Rambi. Traveler of the Star says, but what about the other Rambis, Hyle? None of them talk either, Traveler. None of them talk.
No.
No name, 99999, same amount of gold I had to pay, the secure tone, says, me wondering how the hell Cranky got there. And that's the beautiful thing about Cranky Kong in this game, is like the joke is, how did Cranky get there? The fact that he is digging into the underground world, like falling through all the sublayers with nothing but an old garden shovel, and a rusty garden shovel.
It's somehow staying ahead of you the whole time.
Yeah, it's like, it's big upping Cranky. It's really like bolstering his prowess, but at the same time, it's a joke. Like, it's almost like he's conning you. Like he's actually got some other method and he's just, messing with Donkey Kong.
By and the Bear says there's a lone Posh Rambi out there somewhere. And I like that idea, actually.
His name is Big Al, and he sneezes in hamburgers.
It's like the one talking Meowth.
I know that reference. Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Yeah.
I figured you would.
I heard about that when I was leveling up my Blastoise in the grasses outside Pallet Town.
Exactly.
So Cranky Kong, of course, has the one unique line of dialogue per world. No different here, even though we are at a dramatic turning point in the game. So Cranky goes on his big rant about somebody he's chasing, this banana bandit, probably Void Kong, right? And he says, what a rotten crook, always glaring with those wild eyes of his. Nobody makes bug eyes at me. Nobody, you hear? So, if you weren't suspecting at this point what Cranky may be referring to, I think this is the one. This is the moment where, oh, you're referencing bug eyes, are you? In the 15th world, the 15th iteration of this rant. Okay, interesting. And Void Kong does have bug eyes. We pointed that out about him when he was first shown off. So, I mean, he's not wrong. Nothing he said cannot apply to Void Kong. So,
I think Void Kong might actually be someone else in disguise, but that's just my theory.
Yeah, and how they got the rights to Wizpig, I will never know.
Yeah,
anyway.
You'd think Microsoft, especially in the state they're in right now, would want to, get some money out of that valuable IP.
I know they sold at least 3 of those WizPig pins from Fangamer a few years back. 3. That's more than they'll sell of their handheld device.
Their handheld PC that they're putting the Xbox logo on.
Well, I mean, yeah, small little details there, but can we just appreciate though the beauty? I took this screenshot and I said this as I took it, and I shared it with the DK Vine Inner Circle. But I said this screenshot in particular is so funny to me, and it's Snake, Bananza, Donkey Kong doing his little victorious "I got a Banandium gem" pose. And Pauline is on his back. I have Pauline dressed in her Feast Layer, like varsity jacket that's, magenta and cyan. And she's got the burger crown on her head. Like the stacked burger with the crown, like maybe to emulate the Burger King cardboard crowns, but it's its own style. It's its own design because the crown is separate from the burger itself. But Pauline is doing the very like dramatic pose on Snake, Bananza, Donkey Kong's back. Cranky Kong is there, clenching his teeth and holding his garden shovel, and it says Cranky's Forbidden Rant. And I just said, what if we had sent this screenshot back in time 1 year, just 1 year, and shown it to the community and say, we've leaked an image of the Donkey Kong game in production right now. Here's what it looks like. And it was this. What would the reaction be?
The only recognizable thing in this screenshot, I pulled it up to look at it, from that context would have been Cranky Kong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't think people would have been able to make sense of anything else here.
It's like, why is Cranky in this game with this snake from Snake Pass? Who is this human tween? I mean, the banana might give it away a little bit, but yeah, it's like, oh my god, they're making a Cranky Kong Snake Wrangler game or something. I would have just loved to see the chaos that would have created. The
also,
alternate timeline.
Out of context, the phrase "Cranky's Forbidden Rant" has some worrying implications.
It's Thanksgiving. It's Thanksgiving at Cranky's cabin, and you're like, oh god, get me out of here. It's like, Cranky, why do you have Kremlin Crew News blaring on 24/7? It's ruining our family.
Oh, I will say this. I think this outfit for Pauline, it's the blue and pink neon outfit from the Feast Layer. I think that's my favorite look for her.
Oh yeah, this is what I kept her in for the rest of the main story. This is. Like, not only did it, like, really play up the color scheme, but I think it suited her kind of in a weird way, like putting her, because she is of school age, and putting her in a varsity jacket just felt right, but like an Underground World varsity jacket, you know?
Right. Nintendo doesn't know how tall 13-year-olds are supposed to be, but other than that.
I mean, you know, everybody grows at different rates, Josh.
That's true. I have when I was 13, when I was 12, okay, my voice sounded exactly like it does now. So I have a bit of a warped perspective on that.
And meanwhile, I didn't hit puberty until 25.
There you go.
No, it took me a while. Like, I was a late bloomer, if you will. It took me a while to age up. Like, Kiddy Kong will have to be aged up when he inevitably returns. But I don't see
leaving the fandom forever.
I don't see any reason why. Oh, could you imagine if Kiddy Kong was beyond this gate? What that would have done to you?
That would have been so like a troll toward me specifically. I don't know how. I think I actually would have loved it.
Like, I think it would have made Joy happy, but I think...
Right, of course.
I think for you, the only way you would have accepted it is if they pulled, like, a Scooby-Doo movie and had Kiddy Kong be the villain behind it all, the mastermind behind everything.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That would have worked. I mean, that would have been the implication in that case, right?
I guess. But yeah, anyway, I love Pauline's overall design in this game. I think she, it's not a concept that I would have liked if you just pitched it to me cold. And indeed, like, that leaked image, not even leaked, that oopsie doodles of an image on Nintendo Korea's website, it definitely raised more questions than not. But I mean, God, Pauline really, really grew on me in this game. And I definitely get it now, why they had to pair Donkey Kong with a new partner rather than just going with Diddy.
Yeah, I think it's a really good example of, like, not judging a book by its cover, because, yeah, like, Pauline was part of the Vicarious Visions concept as well. So it was always sort of on the table that like, she might have a role to play here. But the way that they specifically executed it, yeah, like you said, it wouldn't really be something that you'd think would work, or that you'd be interested in just as a concept. But, execution matters just as much, if not much more, than concept. And the way that they pulled it off is just fantastic. And I can't imagine Bananza being any other way at this point.
Right. And, for all the talk we've had, and you and I have had it, you've been on so many of these episodes, Josh, along this journey, even before the actual Bananza hype cycle. I mean, you were with me when that episode was recorded, where I gave up the goods, everything I knew up until that point about Donkey Kong EPD. Heard any good rumors lately? Go back and listen to that.
And for that matter, you were talking about it privately, even before that, a couple of years before that.
Yeah,
I think we've known something about this, or at least I've known something about this since 2018, probably.
Pretty much the day of the K. Rool reveal is where the pieces started to trickle out. And the Vicarious Visions thing kind of happens tangentially with me investigating and finding different paths and figuring out things. But the idea of putting a human character with Donkey Kong would be completely antithetical to 90s Hyle, to 2000s Hyle, to 2010s Hyle. I remember talking about the Vicarious Visions game with you, and just how much the idea of Pauline in a Donkey Kong game felt like a dodged bullet. Oh, that game's not happening. Phew, that would have been controversial. But, also talking about the idea of rebuilding the Donkey Kong brand, and you can't just rely on aging fans from the 90s or the 2000s, those who came in with the Game Boy Advance remake trilogy, or even something like Jungle Climber, or the Returns babies, like Traveler of the Stars here. You can't rely on them even. You've got to bring in a new crowd. How do you ease people into Donkey Kong's world? Have a human surrogate. Have human eyes to experience this with Donkey Kong. And it's kind of brilliant, and I never would have unclenched enough to consider it until it was forced upon me.
It is a really, especially given how long it's been since the last Donkey Kong game, let alone the last Donkey Kong game that sort of, didn't take it for granted that you already knew who all of these characters were and what the deal was. Having Diddy and Dixie introduce themselves the way that they did in the racing layer would have come across as, being really, corny and on the nose if Pauline hadn't been there.
Right.
So just having a character, especially because in this game they made the decision to not have Donkey Kong say anything out loud.
Right.
You occasionally see him think to himself, but yeah, I think Pauline worked extremely well, both as a thematic storytelling through line, as the game's main character arc, but also just as being an audience surrogate.
Yeah, and Traveler of the Stars further elaborates on the point I was making, where they say, I think it helps to have Pauline in what will be many people's first DK game, especially after, well, the Super Mario Brothers movie kind of indoctrinated people into Donkey Kong fandom, which it really did. I mean, we talked about this, the spike of interest that the Donkey Kong brand had after the Super Mario Brothers movie, and how Nintendo has kind of drip fed it since then with the theme parks and Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, and now Bananza, of course, which is really the beginning of the new era. And having Pauline be the gateway into that new era for all these first-time fans who are Donkey Kong curious, but maybe not completely Donkey Kong pilled, as they would say.
The Returns babies are going to be complaining about babies of their own before too long.
Babies be having babies. Brookie Kong says, my roommate is a kindergarten teacher, and last year she had a student who was obsessed with Donkey Kong because of the movie. I hope he got to play Bananza. Yeah. And that is something I've heard just, anecdotally through so many people that, I know this kid in my life, my nephew or niece or, little cousin or whatever. They are really into Donkey Kong, because that is what the Super Mario Brothers movie did, is make people into Donkey Kong. And that's why I don't mind that screenplay was a dumpster fire, because it did the 40 minutes of Donkey Kong content pretty damn well. And, we're reaping the rewards from that movie, even if it kind of sucked. And that's why I gave it such a positive review on DK Vine, because I wasn't approaching it from a screenwriting perspective. I hate that screenplay. I have so many issues with that screenplay, but goddamn, that Donkey Kong stuff was pretty solid.
Not being a writer of fiction, maybe I look at it a little differently. I thought the Mario movie was perfectly fun. And, as a Donkey Kong fan, of course, I love that aspect of it. But yeah, I would just this was a good time. I can't really complain about this.
I will sacrifice artistic integrity for Trojan horsing the Kongs into people's lives any day of the week.
My best friend's son, his favorite game of all time, at least at this point in his life, is Super Mario Odyssey. He's 7 and he's been playing it since before he had conscious memories. Mm-hmm. So, and he's still I'll be up at 4:30 in the morning or something, and his profile will log on and start playing it. So he still plays it a lot.
Yeah.
And I really, really wish I could afford to get him a Switch 2, and just so he could play Bananza.
Just Andre says something that's quite creepy, out of context. Now you don't have to fight the urge to hand out your DK Vine business cards to kids in stores aisles. You over here talking about Donkey Kong. Like the one time you said made you feel like a creeper. Well, I need to get new business cards because the old ones still have the Twitter account on there, and I don't post on Twitter anymore. So... Haven't had much use for my business card since 2020, since the pandemic, since MagFest. Yeah, jeez. Anyway,
my business cards are from 2014.
Oh wow! So they have snowmads on them. So
I mean, if that silhouette could be someone else, though. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, come on, it's not just going to be a big fat walrus, right? It's got to be something else. Why would it be a silhouette? So we have arrived at Go No Further Gate. I love that name. It's just like, oh, I'm here, but do I want to be here? All right. And by the way, the main objective of this whole world, you have your primary story objective on the HUD, and it's been find the Banandium Root. So you're still thinking, okay, the Banandium Root is going to be right behind Go No Further Gate. And there are more peevish fractones here, but also some familiar fractone types and actually returning fractone characters from the surface. We all wanted returning characters. Smash and Tone is here, everyone. Smash and Tone has come to Forbidden Lair. Yes. But I love one of the fractones says, "Ugh, outsiders." And one says, "Be silent." And they'll say too loud and just like, God, even the constructones are mean to you here.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because usually the constructones, are pretty welcoming.
Gregarious.
Yeah, they want money. They want a bribe. They're kind of like the predecessors to the secure tones, but the construct tones are like, you expect us to destroy this rock? Then pay 600 gold. It's just like, oh, you want us to do your job, you motherfucker? And then they also do the ellipses. They do the ellipses pause, and then they say, they blow up the rock or do whatever, and then they say, it's finished. Go. And I just love that even the construct tones seem to be like native inhabitants of this layer, and they're also just completely standoffish and cold and impersonal. Now, there are, as I said, some friendly fractones here, and fractones be shopping, Josh. I love the one fractone that you can talk to here, where they kind of explain why there are stuff tones and style tones and architectones here, because you talk to this just regular ass fractone, and they say, other friendly faces from up above. And then they break out in the sing-songy language too. Just a nice refreshing reprieve. They say, we're traveling merchants. A few of us came down here to sell our goods. But the locals aren't very welcoming. You know what they probably need? Some good old retail therapy. And then in a song, they'll say, we'll resolve this grumpy schism with some forced consumerism. Which reminds me, do you remember after 9/11, Josh?
Okay, go on.
We've already talked about some towers, so now we have to get somber about it. Do you remember after 9/11, when the president at the time, George W. Bush, said that the most important thing that residents of the United States could do in this trying time was go shopping?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what this reminded.
Sure didn't get that at the time, but
yeah, that's what this fractone reminded me of. And so I don't know. I was like, oh yeah, Bush.
God, I never thought I would miss him so bad.
Yeah, he's just a regular sing-songy fractone these days, isn't he? So, yeah, like I said, there's a style tone, stuff tone, chip tone, artecatone, and smash in tone is there as well. Oh God, between him and between them, excuse me, I always screw up the pronouns of the fractones. I always forget that they all use they, them, us, we. It's hard to remember that. I try to be so good about respecting pronouns, but it's just so widespread for the fractones that it's a hard habit to get into.
Well, they're not they singular. They're like the Borg. They're they collective.
But they're not a hive mind, though. They retain individual personalities as well. Sure. So, like, but they can also refer to they as in, like, multitudes. But anyway, Smash and Tone. I love Smash and Tone. And you know what I really love about Smash and Tone? From my perspective.
What's that, Hyle?
It's that I would always be made to feel like the specialist little boy whenever I would first meet up with Smash and Tone in a layer and I've already met the requirement for breaking terrain. And they're just like, you're pretty incredible, aren't you? You've smashed through 30,000
God.
Yeah, of passage stone in this layer. It's like, oh, I've done more than that, Smash and Tone. I maxed it out. So Smash and Tone always made me feel good. Smash and Tone made me feel like I was doing something right with my life.
Freezer says, Josh thinks trans people are a hive mind. Freezer, I'm sorry about what happened on Rainbow Road. Okay, I can't apologize to you enough. She'll get that.
I don't get that reference.
we were we were playing Mario Kart World back when it came out, and like I accidentally knocked her off of it completely, and then she got mad at me for doing that on Rainbow Road to a trans person during Pride Month.
Oh yeah,
And I've never
that.
felt like such a piece of shit.
Yeah, you should. That's why I don't play Mario Kart multiplayer. That's why I just do free roam forever and ever. So yeah, Traveler of the Stars was asking Hyle if you could have one Fractone return, would it be Smash and Tone? I like Smash and Tone, but Quiz Tone is my rock sibling. I love Quiz Tone. We'll get into Quiz Tone a little bit more in a future episode. But yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Brookie Kong says, I feel like when a Fractone gets added to Smash, it will inevitably have to be Smash and Tone. I mean, yeah, you're going to have to work Smash and Tone in there somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Traveler Star says, Hyle and Hilltop Layer, you promised a Blumentone conversation. Yes, but Blumentone is a drone species of Fractone. There are multiple Blumentones, so that would have to be a bestiary, not a character witness. Okay, let's talk really quick about the Exploratone, because there is a saga of the Exploratone here. It is verse 28. And you know I have to read every single one of these on the conversation, Josh.
Of course.
All right.
I appreciate this, actually, because I was hurrying so fast that, like, by this point, I was like, okay, I can come back and read this stuff on my second playthrough. So this will be new to me.
I was engrossed by the saga of the Exploratone. For a character I never even laid eyes on, this was like catnip to me. It was like, where's Cranky and where is the next Exploratone lore tablet? So we had to wait for both in this world, but finally, by Go No Further Gate, here is Saga of the Exploratone verse 28. This time, we're certain that we have arrived at the origin of us. Although, there's no one here. We hoped we get to meet the original Fractone still living here, but nothing. It is a desolate place. Our saga ends here. We will have a look around for any stray clues. If we find none, we will head back home to the Hilltop Layer. It's bleak. But it does suggest that the Fractones currently here were not here during the era of the Exploratones' travels. So, like, that is a more recent development, these Securitones. Interesting. And as I said, there is an Artecatone here, and you can build a getaway, which is right against the gate. And that's pretty creepy that you put a little bed, like, right into this very ominous, like, on the edge of all creation gateway. Like, I don't know if I would feel comfortable taking a nap there. Like, oh yeah, just cuddle up in this cot we put, on this gateway to hell. just, take a few hours. Get some sack time. And to really illustrate how oppressive this felt, I went to the map just to see the getaway icon, and yeah, you can't see anything else but the Go No Further Gate. Just really surreal. And then Pauline's getaway commentary helps push that unsettled feeling over the line. Like, if you were already feeling prickly about this whole situation, Pauline in her getaway commentary saying, "Hey, DK, you awake? This place is giving me goosebumps. How about you? It's pretty eerie in here, isn't it? But you and me have gotten through a lot together, so I'm sure we'll be just fine. When we get up, we put on our brave faces, okay? Okay, good night." It's like, God,
to be fair, they have slept in some just insanely ridiculous places at this point in their adventure. They're very used to this sort of thing.
I mean, but again, you are on the edge of all creation. For all you know, hell lies beyond. And yeah, everybody around you, except for the capitalist fractones, want you dead. So I guess Cranky is okay with you, but he's all the way up on that floating island with Ramby. So
like, Cranky is okay with you.
I mean, he's tolerating it, Yeah. But it really is just like such an effective way to build up this moment. And at this point, I'm not even thinking about like what super awesome reveal is going to be beyond there. I'm like, what horror awaits me beyond here?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, for me, and I've talked about this so much on the conversation, one of my inherent phobias in games is boundary breaking. And here we have to break this boundary and head into this unknown. And
yeah, that's true. Like this layer very effectively like pushes up against your phobia.
Yeah, my phobia, my like childhood phobia, even before 3D gaming, I was having nightmares about Super Mario Brothers games and like going beyond the flagpole and like going into this secret realm. Before I even knew about the Minus World, I was having fucking nightmares about this as a possibility. And, when you're that age, video games are so magical. It's not just code cobbled together by talented creators and put on a cartridge or a disc or a downloaded file. It is something that is a transportation tool to another realm. And you are but the hands that control this avatar in this magical environment. And so it's always been this like childhood fear of mine that has never completely left me. And so here I am faced with the ultimate test, the ultimate battle of nerves. Could I steel myself to get through this gate? God, what a fucking awesome game this is. So anyway, you talk to the Fractone standing before it, and they say, long ago, a surface dweller came here looking for the Banandium Root. The intruder forced their way through here, but never came back out. So initially, my brain goes, oh, they're probably referring to the Exploratone who we've got to meet at some point. But then I remember they said surface dweller, and I said, okay, they're talking about Void Kong, right? And then I zeroed in on long ago, and Void Kong, even though my play style, it might be relatively long ago by the time Void Kong got here, they're probably not referring to that. The dialogue probably doesn't change based on your playtime. The anticipation builds. And they make you work for it. God, you have to smash through so many layers of concrete before you reach the other side of this game. I do appreciate that it was just concrete, that there wasn't anything more elaborate, that it was just breaking through layer after layer after layer after layer of concrete, which you can just use the Kong Bananza, but God, like, it takes a while, and each layer you, like, wince, ready for some, like, scare jump, like, some shrieking demon to come out, but no, it's just another layer. And it's just such a great way to string it out. Like, I'm stringing it out right now.
And it also just feels like, because, you can't use the Elephant Bonanza to vacuum up concrete, like, the only thing you can do is just the fun but somewhat tedious act of just punching through it with Kong Bonanza. It really sells that feeling of, like, okay, somebody really, 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 really wanted this to be sealed away.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not such a good idea.
Traveler of the Stars
to break this out.
Yeah, Traveler of the Stars says, I love how the music beyond this point is just a droning, even beating the Bananza themes. And Courtney says, ready for one of the concrete layers to be a wallop void. Wallopoid.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I was kind of ready for that too. Didn't happen though. Probably for the best to keep the pace and to keep the drama. And yeah, a jump scare would have been effective there, but they knew what they were doing pacing this. And you get to the other side, and it's the gone too far frontier. And you just see this on the horizon, this blinding light of gold, beams shooting out from this point. It's kind of hard to make out what's there, but Pauline says, "We broke through. We're finally here. This is where our wishes come true." And you approach, and you can, go into camera mode as I did and try to zoom in, and you see this bulbous golden dome. Although it's pretty small, it's pretty hard to make out at this point. So you approach further, and you are at this new area called the Golden Core. Now, note it's not called the Banandium Root. It's not even called the Planet Core. It's called the Golden Core. Again, it could just be an alternate name. Okay, we'll just keep approaching. Pauline continues to speak and says, "We've come such a long way to get here, DK." And they approach the golden dome of what we have been led to believe is the Banandium Root. And, seeing it up close, seeing this golden core, we'll call it up close, it felt deliberately underwhelming because it's much smaller than the propaganda posters that Void has been putting up in the last several worlds. Because that was like this massive dome, and it towered over the fractones underneath it. And here it's just this like little blip, it's just bloop, bloop. It's just a I don't know. It almost looks like a scoop of golden ice cream, with a weird little nub on top or something. Not very resplendent. Not the oh my god, we are at the origin of it all kind of moment you would think it would be if this were, in fact, the Banandium Root. And there's also this sickly green mist just hovering around it, like everything felt ill and diseased, and you're like, that's not right. And yeah, what is that nub on top? That wasn't visible in the posters, Josh. That nub was not on the posters. If anything, there was just a little sparkle on the top of that propaganda piece from Void Kong. This is gross. This is not what I was expecting.
I like the chat just talking about how it's actually plenty massive. It's huge. He's a grower, not a shower.
Well, I mean, Donkey Kong gets around that by turning into a zebra with its massive horse cock. But speaking of massive cocks, here comes Void Kong, and Void Kong lowers from the pay dirt pile driver on his little floating banana chair, and he says, "It's about time. Welcome to the Planet Core." And this is the last time a character emphasizes that, yeah, this is the Planet Core. Why wouldn't this be the Planet Core? Look, there is the Banandium Root. But again, I want to stress, so far this information has only come from Pauline openly speculating about how it feels weird, so it must be the Planet Core, and Void asserting this fact. Two unreliable narrators. One from a pragmatic, we're just finding out sense, and the other from a, I'm a know-it-all shit-face perspective. It just, again, Bananza really plays this perfectly. So Void continues, and he says, "This baby here, it can grant any wish. Isn't that right, Banandium Roots?" And we see it from above. for the first time. And, seeing it from the top and seeing that little nub, seeing the general shape of it from above, it almost looks like a golden eye, weirdly enough, Josh. But by this point, I was getting a really good feeling that rather than a golden eye, it was actually maybe another callback to Rare from that era in the 90s.
A blast core.
Yeah, it almost looks like the Eye of Sauron or something from above. And of course my brain is putting it together now, and I'm like, is it what I think it is? Are they actually doing this? And I'm like, again, fool me once, shame on you, but fool me 4 times, shame on me. So fool me, can't get fooled again. George W. Bush. So I did not.
I missed him. Oh my God.
I did not know, but I had a good feeling. And Void continues. Just one problem. The Banandium Root's taking a nap. Oh, the little baby's taking a nap in the getaway. Void Kong doesn't say that, but it would have been great. And that, Pauline, means it's your time to shine. That singing power you refuse to share, you're going to use it to wake up the Banandium Root. Sing for me! Use your power! Pauline looks distressed and Donkey Kong just looks pissed off. Pauline says, power? And she thinks about it, and Donkey Kong looks concerned. It's like, Pauline, don't break here. Stay strong. Pauline thinks to herself, my singing is that powerful? And I just love that we're having this dramatic moment in Pauline's arc, and I put her in a burger crown. But again, I like that just exemplifies how fun this game is, that you can have these moments in whatever costuming you put them in, and the game just has to roll with it, whatever. This is
for this section and for like the pretty much the entire end of the game, I was just like, okay, this is going to be big important stuff. I'm just going to put them in like their default looks.
No, I was like, I've got to reflect the journey they've been on, and if that means Pauline is wearing a burger crown, so be it. She is living the underground world life now, and you know what? We're just going to smile and nod, and this is my personal canon now. So again, it's like, Josh, I want to ask you this, because I've been bringing this up, and I've gotten some pushback for this. Mm-hmm. Is Pauline some sort of metahuman? Is she some sort of mutant with her singing power? Because, again, now
you say you've gotten pushback. Does that mean, is that what you think?
I think there must be something to, amplify her singing ability, because there are lots of good singers out there. They could get a tenor, or they could get, a Celine Dion. There are so many people they could grab, but they specifically grabbed this 13-year-old girl from someplace far away, and it's just, it's interesting. And I think she must have some, maybe not mutant, that's putting a comic booky spin on it, but she has some sort of ability that others do not share.
Well, it's an interesting question, because we don't really know, would this work for any surface dweller? Is the fact that they grabbed Pauline just a coincidence? Was it all just a chance, or is there something special about Pauline specifically that allows her to do this?
And I like that it's ambiguous, but yeah, I'm leaning on she's the next stage of human evolution. And,
a lot of things about Pauline are pretty ambiguous.
Yeah, Brookie Kong says Pauline's vocal cords fell into a vat of radioactive goo. And, what, I would play that prequel, sure. But Pauline then says, which is not how she actually phrases it, but that is how it is typed out. U-H-O. You-ho. She says you-ho to Void Kong as if to say, no, you a ho, Void. I'm never joining you. And Donkey Kong's like, yeah, you call him a ho, girlfriend. And Pauline gives the thumbs up. And she says, I will not sing. I would never use my power for a creep like you. And she's like finally addressing, yes, I have the power. She is like He-Man or She-Ra from the classic DKU game, hashtag IDARB. She has the power, not of Castle Grayskull, but of a beautiful singing voice. And Void's upset about this, and he says, oh, you'll sing, and you'll sing loud. Boss fight! He doesn't say that, but we get the Void Kong boss screen, and it's on. He turns on an amplification from the pay dirt pile driver, and then the defeat Void Kong objective pops up, and Pauline reminds you, the player, that, oh wait, there's no singing. If I sing, the Banandium Root will be awakened and Void Kong will have access to it. So no Bananza powers during this final battle with Void Kong. What a twist. What a subversion of what you would expect Bananza to lean into. Of course, at this point, we don't know what, if anything, is ahead. So the fact that it's like, well, we're no access to the Bananza powers right now. It was pretty surprising.
I appreciate so much about this. You know, sometimes if you binge something too quickly, then it becomes a little bit difficult to, recall it clearly because you just didn't spend enough time with any, individual part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of, where I currently am with Bananza as a whole. I mean, I've spent a great deal of time playing it, and I beat the whole thing, but, the individual beats are a little fuzzy because, it's been a couple of months now, and I played it so quickly. I'm sure that's the exact opposite for you. But you probably have an encyclopedic knowledge of the game that would put the developers to shame at this point. But this portion right here, I appreciate so much about this, and I still remember it very, very well for a couple of reasons. One thing is that before the game came out, a developer interview was posted where they talked about how they were addressing the game's difficulty and how the Super Nintendo games were quite challenging, the Retro Studios games were extremely challenging, and they wanted to sort of dial this one back and make it more accessible for everybody. But that if you were the kind of player who enjoyed, the older, more challenging Donkey Kong games, that was part of the reason for them putting the skill tree in and the upgrade system, because you could sort of choose to make things more difficult on yourself. So as soon as I read that, I decided I'm going to finish the whole game. Maybe not 100% getting everything, but I'm going to finish all the challenging parts of the game without ever upgrading my health.
Oh, God.
And I did that. And to this point, despite that, the game had been really, really, really easy for me. Mm-hmm. Nothing had really given me too much trouble. And part of the reason for that was because the Bananza powers just are themselves so powerful.
Yeah.
In boss fights, it was always very easy to just, do Kong Bananza, do some charge punches, go into Elephant to reveal the weak point. It wasn't bad. It's not like I wasn't having fun, but there's nothing that I felt had really pushed me to this point. But this boss fight absolutely did that. This was the first time Bananza, made me work for it, and it would not be the last.
I'm impressed that you even attempted it. I went into this with, as many hearts as I could have had maxed out by that point, while also attaining to my other skill tree abilities, specifically the Bananza abilities. I felt like a fool having all my Bananza abilities upgraded by this point when I couldn't even use them then in this final battle with Void Kong. But I had the extra getaway heart from taking a little nap. So I went into this I've got to be ready. And I'm glad because, even with all my hearts, this was still an ass kicking, that I still got through it, but it was not the kind of battle I was prepared for. I was prepared for something that would maybe utilize all 5 Bananza forms, and instead, this relied on your knowledge of terrain and how to defeat Void in his all mine remote, and, you know, how different like chunks of terrain will interact with other chunks of terrain, how to evade lava, and yeah, it was just like relying on all of your inherent muscle memory, but also things you might not commonly do in the game, and then having to try your best at, you know, muddling through. And yeah, I really liked what this boss fight emphasized.
I appreciate both that, considering what is about to happen in the game, once you finish this boss fight, I really appreciate that Void Kong got both a proper challenging, like very creative, very unique to this game boss fight to himself, as well as such a great showing as a character.
Yes, and that is something we will touch upon, like kind of a summation of Void Kong as a character. But, you know, honestly, like, this is probably the one of only 3 points in Bananza that are a bit blurry to my brain. And I have this problem with a lot of the boss fights because my adrenaline kicks into overdrive. And, like, this is where I go into full-on sweaty palm sort of tunnel vision. And I'm not so much focusing on all the details. I'm focusing on surviving and dealing him punishments. And so I kind of blacked out for most of this boss fight. And I don't remember it all that. Like, I remember bits. I remember details. And I remember, like, a lot of jumping, a lot of finagling my way over lava. I remember crocoids. But God, I don't know the fine details of the ins and outs of this boss fight. If I had to replay it right now, it would basically be a new experience for me.
Well, that's probably also, you know, the the emotional turmoil of what happens after it.
Yes, because I did defeat Void Kong. Didn't die, but it took a while, and you finally deal the last blow to him, and his banana chair breaks, or he falls off it at the very least, and he falls to the ground, and he mutters to himself, "My precious wish." And he gets very dramatic. He's like having the vapors. He raises his monkey's paw, and he says, "My infinite gold." And he dramatically leans back, and then he says, "All mine." And then he collapses and he passes out. And he's just such a pitiful sight at this point. And you're just like, yeah, eat it, little rat boy. And Pauline and Donkey Kong have a very nice moment where it like settles in that it's over. Pauline says, "I can go home now." And she turns to Donkey Kong and says, "And DK, you can eat all the bananas you could ever want." And so they face the Banandium Root. But then in the distance, Void's fingers twitch. And he opens his eyes and he grabs the All Mine remote, his banana-shaped device that he uses to change terrain. And he lifts it up, he activates it, and he shouts, "You lose," as he fires it at Donkey Kong and Pauline. Now, Pauline lands on the ground, and she kind of dusts herself off and comes to, and we realize she hasn't been hurt. But Donkey Kong is dead. Or not really, but I mean, like, maybe, we don't know. We, like, at this point, Donkey Kong is odd rockified. He is still in his general shape. There is a general outline of a gorilla there, but he is now in the voided rock, terrain that Odd Rock was comprised of, complete with the 2 little gems for eyes. But unlike Odd Rock, Donkey Kong isn't talking. Pauline says, DK! DK! Donkey Kong is inert. And Void's like, alright, here's the Faustian bargain. What'll you do now, little brat? And he says, I know. Why don't you? And we see the dome of the Banandium Root. Again, just for emphasis. He says, sing for him. And Pauline doesn't know what to do. Because if she sings, she revives Donkey Kong. Just like she does for all voided terrain. But then she will awaken the Banandium Root and Void Kong will win. It's what a great moment this is. Like, God, like, the fact that this all comes after the boss fight and it's just this dramatic beat for Void Kong, where Void Kong actually does something dastardly. That's also
kind of what I mean about... Yeah, it's what I mean about Void Kong, like, having this fantastic moment for his character, showing the lengths that he's willing to go to, and also the fact that he probably, like, planned to do it this way on some level from the beginning.
As a fallback plan, it's not bad. Like, yeah, I'm going to try to defeat them in Mortal Kombat, but if I get got, at least I can do this and then put Pauline in a tight spot. So, like, I was kind of in awe of the storytelling here, and this is very, like, atypical storytelling for the DKU. Like, we haven't really seen moments like this. And moments we have seen like this have been played for laughs, generally. But this is full-on drama, like, anime style. Like,
yeah, it's very anime.
Stakes are so high. And this is one of the benefits of having a Japanese team doing a Donkey Kong game, because we still get all that rare style humor and all of that, but I think we get a little bit more in the way of heart, perhaps. And we also get drama that's actually not having its legs cut off for the cheap humor, which I love, but every now and then it's nice to feel something, you know? So, I was like, okay,
This game plays it goofy when it needs to play it goofy, and it plays it very straight and sincere when it needs to do that too.
And I think as a introduction for the Donkey Kong series for so many people, having these serious moments really go a long way towards dispelling the Kotaku articles where, you know, you shouldn't care about Donkey Kong lore. Here, Nintendo is saying care about Donkey Kong. Are you going to save Donkey Kong's life, his very existence? And Pauline doesn't know what to do, but she hears something. She hears a beat. And I took this to be Donkey Kong's heartbeat. Because Donkey Kong could not be beating his chest with the way Donkey Kong is positioned as this rock sculpture. His arms are stationary. He cannot move them. So I took this to be Donkey Kong somehow regulating his heartbeat enough to show he's still in there. Like, almost like something you would see in like a karate movie or a kung fu movie, like the wizened master who can control even the beats of their hearts, you know?
That's probably what it's supposed to be. I just took it as, well, Donkey Kong is like inside of the rock formation beating his chest.
See, you're probably right. You are probably right.
See, I think you're probably right, so okay. I don't know.
Because I like my interpretation, but I'm also a realist with like what was actually the practical intent. But yeah, I like that Donkey Kong has enough strength left to give himself a cardiac event just to like his last little bit of self-identity, because he hasn't been fully odd rockified. He's been like taken beyond the threshold of being an odd rock. Like odd rock was like almost a way to control Pauline, but this is a way to render Donkey Kong useless.
Well, we don't really know how the odd rockification process works. Like, if Donkey Kong is left like this long enough, will he become sort of like Odd Rock was?
See,
will he learn to move like this?
I took it that he got the extra juice, and so like give it another minute, and Donkey Kong would have just ceased to be. And maybe like by that point, if you like devoided him, he would just be a corpse.
Well, for dramatic purposes, that's probably the better interpretation.
So, yeah, like, oh, look, I'm leaning into maximum drama here, Josh, all right? I'm building up this moment for all it's worth. So, Donkey Kong uses his last little bit of strength to quicken the pace of his heart before he passes on from this mortal coil. And
you devoid him, a corpse falls out, but then you hear, na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, and a balloon floats up, and then he's fine.
It's like, well, if we knew that's all that was going to happen, then yeah, like what? I would have never sung for you, Void. So yeah, you have to control DK's heartbeat, I guess, to let Pauline know he's still in there in some capacity, which gives Pauline...
Oh, and it is so cool that it gives you, like, it makes you do, like, the controller input again.
Yeah.
Like what you have to do to inspire her during the Bananza performances.
But also, like, it harkens back to their original encounter, their original meeting, where Donkey Kong, you know, had to use the power of music to win over Odd Rock, to calm Odd Rock. And here Pauline has to use the power of music to get her pal Donkey Kong back. And yeah, I love the parallels here with the early stages of the game. So Pauline, she knows at the very least, if she can rescue Donkey Kong, they have a chance, because yes, the Banandium Root will be awakened, but at least they will be together. And so far, they've been able to achieve everything they've set out to do as a tandem. So it's just a little moment of, yes, this might be a mistake, but we will figure it out. So she starts to sing a song that I guess she's been writing in her spare time when she's been waking up Donkey Kong in every getaway. And, you know, I'm not going to sing the lyrics because I have no capacity. I would never be abducted by a monkey to awaken this primordial energy source deep beneath the earth based on my singing ability. But the lyrics, they go, when the world felt so cruel and bleak. When the hole looked so dark and deep. Hard as rock, cold as stone. I was scared, alone. And we see the music surrounding this golden core, this golden dome, this golden eye. And Pauline then stops singing. The energy is swirling around her. She's a fucking mutant, I knew it. And she screams, DK! Sonic boom. And not the kind you're thinking of, Josh. Energy ripples throughout the area, across the Golden Dome, across Void Kong, who's giggling, he's cackling. Pauline is just awash with power, and then we see it reach Donkey Rock, Rocky Kong, Dwayne the Rock Kongson, and it begins to break. Light shines through, and Donkey Kong is restored with his big dopey grin.
And it is a delightfully big dopey grin.
So Pauline, jubilant, sees that her friend, her surrogate father, has been resurrected from the brink of death, and she says DK, and they reunite. They're both happy. Donkey Kong's like, I'm all right. You saved me, Pauline. I mean, he doesn't say that, but he communicates it with a face journey, and it's a very sweet moment. But then Void Kong interrupts by rushing straight through them, knocking them both back. He's making a mad dash to the Golden Dome. His
animation here is just immaculate.
Yes, and as a player, I felt so helpless. I was like, can we stop him, please? Like, at this point, like, do Elephant Bananza and just suck him up in your trunk, dude. Like, come on. But it's so quick. It's so quick, and it's so, like, in the moment that I could even see, like, Donkey Kong and Pauline just, like, locking up. They're like, like, we are, it's slipping away from us. Like, that, the whole, like, just sheer like stupidity that comes about when you are in the heat of the moment. Things are happening so fast and you cannot react in the appropriate amount of time. So yeah, Void is screaming, mine at last, as he jogs through the green mist. And then he approaches the glowing gold that's emanating from underneath. And everything changes. Because it's not a golden eye, Josh. It's a bloodshot white eye set in green scales. A familiar arm uppercuts Void Kong, just like Donkey Kong once uppercut the main villain of a beloved game that came out 30 years ago. Void Kong is sent to the pay dirt pile driver, fate unknown, but immaterial to the events at hand. Donkey Kong and Pauline look up in shock and disbelief at what has just transpired. Void Kong, this ultimate foe of their entire adventure in this underground world, has just been dispatched with one punch. Where is he? How is he? Doesn't matter. Does not matter. Because behind them, the All Mine remote falls. And that familiar hand reaches down to pick it up. You're the ones who released me? As we see clawed feet, and the camera pans up to the familiar golden plated belly of King K. Rool, back in the Donkey Kong series for the first time in a decade and a half plus. So, Josh, what do you think about K. Rool's design in Donkey Kong Bonanza?
It's shit, Hyle. I'm so mad about it. They fucking ruined him.
Oh, did they ruin
come
it?
Come on. They fucking ruined it, dude. K. Rool isn't supposed to... I don't know. I don't have a... I don't actually have a... He's not supposed to have a tail.
Actually, he does have a tail, and it's regenerated. Isn't that great? It's regrown like a...
tail, Reezer says.
It's regrown like a lizard tail is wont to do.
Brookie Kong says, it's me, Super Wario, and I am here to versus Donkey Kong.
So, can I just say, this moment, obviously, and I've been alluding to this for the past, 14 episodes? I'm not an idiot, Josh. I wasn't spoiled. I didn't know for sure that K. Rool was in Donkey Kong Bonanza. I absolutely 100% am being truthful. I did avoid this until this moment, but come on.
That is remarkable, dude.
Come on.
This is the thing that I was spoiled on, and literally every other person I know, some of whom aren't even Donkey Kong fans, if they're into like video games on the internet at all, everybody I know knew about this before they got there, unfortunately.
I did not want this moment that has been building up for me since 2010, when K. Rool is not in Donkey Kong Country Returns. I did not want this moment ruined for me. All of the drama, all of the debates, all of the arguments, the Smash ballots, the victorious moment when King K. Rool came back in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. But then the question of, will he ever come back in a mainline Donkey Kong game? I didn't want this moment ruined for me. And again, like media literacy, basic media literacy, I knew what Cranky was up to. I knew the whole purpose of Cranky Kong was to build up to this moment. But I'm so glad I wasn't absolutely certain until that eye opened, because when that eye opened, I shrieked and I cackled probably louder than I have. Even louder than I did when the silhouette of King K. Rool showed up in the Rivals trailer for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Honestly, I was playing in handheld mode at this point, and I probably almost threw my Switch 2 across the room with one hand, and I gripped it even tighter with the other to prevent that from happening. It was the most surreal feeling. This feels like the most batshit fan fiction you could imagine. This feels like the kind of thing Nintendo would have never done. And here it was playing out before my eyes in Donkey Kong Bananza, a game I was intimately familiar with by this point. And there was King K. Rool in Donkey Kong Bananza. This game with the Fractones. This game with Void Kong and Poppy Kong and Grumpy Kong. Like, King K. Rool is standing there before me with this design that harkens back to, you know, his Rare era design. There's a little bit of maybe Payon in there. It's like the Smash Ultimate design with, you know, some of the dirtiness kind of sanded off.
Traveler of the Stars, while you were doing your description, pointed out that at the exact point where it appears, he said, Courtney's streak goes here. And yeah, her video, her VOD of like getting here for the first time is inseparable from this moment in my mind. I've watched her react to it. It's just such a joyous moment. I've watched her react to it like more than I've seen it by itself at this point.
And that's something I had to avoid for so long. Right. But yeah, I was like shaking. I was having a full-on, like, fangasm, but I was also just feeling like I was in a dream. I didn't want to wake up from this. And just seeing Donkey Kong react to K. Rool standing there, like, he's so fucking angry. And he's also, like, in his fighting stance. I love that he's just, like, ready to go. He's ready to throw down. And, yeah, K. Rool says, King K. Rool is back in action.
Yep.
What a declaration. What a statement for not only the character to make, but for the game to make. And it won't be the last statement of that sort, of that almost promise. This kind of guarantee that he's back and he's sticking around this time.
Yep.
And he keeps going. He keeps talking. And he says, I've been trapped down here with my Kremlin crew. Just sit on that for a second. Where are those no good banana bandits anyway? And I love that he worked in Banana Bandit, this terminology that Cranky has been drilling into your brain for 15 worlds. Just in case you were dense. Just in case you don't have media literacy. Just in case you can't put together the obvious at this point. Cranky was referring to King K. Rool. Shock. I know, but still, it's a good thing to emphasize here. It's a good thing to just make clear, if you were actually talking to Cranky, that this is what Cranky was on about. Great. Oh,
go ahead.
I was going to say, and great line from K. Rool in reference to the Kremlin crew. Toothless and useless, but no matter. And then we see K. Rool dive through the sinkhole that he was wedged in this entire time. And he says, now I can finally get my claws on that Banandium Root. And he gets closer to the camera. He gets closer to our vision. And we just see his body doing the sinkhole dive that we are all so familiar with at this point. And holy shit, Donkey Kong and Pauline look in the sinkhole after them. And the tone, the tenor, the stakes, and the historical weight of Donkey Kong Bonanza, they've all now shifted into overdrive.
Yeah, the chat's talking about the music too, how you get the Crocodile Cacophony remix. But before that, I think when K. Rool first shows up, you get his leitmotif from Donkey Kong 64.
Yes. So I did not register the Donkey Kong 64 tune at first, but Crocodile Cacophony, you better believe my ears perked up when just the whiff of it was just massaged into the medley of K. Rool that was before us. And like, I associate Crocodile Cacophony as the K. Rool anthem. Much more than the Gangplank Galleon theme. I associate that with the ship. K. Rool is Crocodile Cacophony. And to hear that just slightly in there, God, what a heart-pumping moment that was.
I mean, we've talked plenty before. I'm pretty mixed on DK64 itself, but I did catch that Donkey Kong 64 reference, and I was like, this is just absolutely perfect. Like, I think especially because that tune is so associated, like, to your point, Gangplank Galleon, you think of the ship. But that song specifically, those chords specifically, you think of not just K. Rool, but King K. Rool.
Yes. And Donkey Kong 64, like, for me, the theme of K. Rool and Donkey Kong 64 is recognizable, but I was suffering from my trailer blindness at this point, except in this case, it was reveal of end of game boss blindness. And so, and I'm amazed I was able to be as cognizant of all of this as I was. Just missing one little detail, I'm like, okay, fine, whatever, because everything else, I was hanging on every word, on every piece of animation, on every other, like, just bewildering, surreal, reality-shattering moments in my 31 years of Donkey Kong fandom. And then, like, to drive this home, the story objective is no longer find the Banandium Root. It's chase King K. Rool.
Yep.
And to see that flash up on the screen. To see that flash up on the screen. Again, after so long, you're like, is this really happening? Am I on my deathbed? Is this a hallucination brought upon by my brain shutting down? Is this a near-death experience? Like, and then Pauline says, that crocodile is after the Banandium Root too? Hurry, DK. And beside Crocodile, we finally have a King K. Rool head icon in the dialogue. He's established. He's in the game as a character now. So then the tuning fork, the checkpoint at the very end next to the sinkhole is called King K. Rool's Escape. A tuning fork checkpoint is called King K. Rool's Escape, Josh. What the fuck is happening, Josh? What the fuck is this real, Josh? Is this happening, Josh? Is this real?
Hyle, it's real. It happened.
Oh my god, Josh. Then you dive through the sinkhole and you get a piece of 2D artwork of King K. Rool.
Oh, that was beautiful, wasn't it?
King K. Rool holding...
I was so happy to see that.
King K. Rool holding the All Mine remote from Void Kong. Like, it's not just, like, so... just utterly like beyond what my expectations were, but to see these two like opposite ends of the Bananza pre-release hype cycle and the Bananza, holy shit, here's the big ass reveal of the game, King K. Rool, to see those two threads converge. But it's not King K. Rool is the mastermind behind Void Kong, or is Void Kong incognito. It's none of that. It's just King K. Rool. Well, we'll talk about it. We'll now analyze it here. I can't even speak. My adrenaline has resurfaced from this moment of my initial playthrough. But the little text that accompanies the new 2D artwork of King K. Rool says, "The leader of the Kremlin crew. Surprisingly sophisticated behind his too short temper." And oh my god, Josh, they're using Kremlin crew. They're using the terminology. Do you need the brief history lesson on this?
I do, so go ahead.
Okay, so Kremlin crew never appeared in any of the Donkey Kong games. Never. The term Kremlin crew first appeared in Donkey Kong's trophy description in Super Smash Bros. Melee. It said, while he now prefers the laid-back jungle lifestyle to construction site mischief, DK is often forced back into action by the Kremlin crew. And that's a proper noun, Kremlin crew. It would later appear in Super Smash Bros. Brawl in K. Rool's trophy description. Infamous for getting a key detail wrong, said the supreme commander of the Kremlin crew, proper noun, Kremlin crew. King K. Rool steals bananas from Donkey Kong and ends up kidnapping Diddy Kong. And, I mean, yeah, he tossed him in a DK barrel. He is so good at playing dead that sometimes the credits even roll as he lies there, feigning defeat. His brother, Captain K. Rool, made an appearance in the game Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Kong Quest.
That'll be another good thing to look at when we look at the Japanese.
Yes. But let's just whistle past that and let's focus on the earlier part. So it was used as a proper noun, Kremlin crew. And so this is something I glommed onto back in that era, Josh. And I ran with it on DK Vine in my capacity as one of the editors of DK Vine. And I used that as the proper demarcation line between Kremlins as a species and K. Rool's military forces that he controls, which, as we all know, includes far more than just the crocodilian humanoids known as the Kremlins. They also include, say, Neckies, let's say armies, let's say zingers, you know, those mooks, those baddies. Associated with the Kremlins, but not Kremlins. Ergo, Kremlin crew just felt like such a perfect term to make that distinction. And
it is wild that it's never otherwise been used before, because, you know, I know for one thing, Smash Brothers Brawl itself was almost 20 years old, so of course it seems like a long time ago, but it just seems like a term that's been with us forever.
Yeah, well, I pushed it on DK Vine, and then
exactly.
It took off in the early to mid 2010s with the Smash ballot then really pushing it over the line. I think people like I didn't create it. I'm not trying to take credit for this. It was from Super Smash Brothers, but to see like you kind of push that ball, you get it rolling a little bit, and then you see it slowly build in size as it's rolling down the hill, and then it finally lands in this significant way in a Donkey Kong game, in what is the Donkey Kong game of a generation. It's wild to me. It's wild to me to see the cause and effect play out over the course of my life, and to see that term actually become hard and fast canon. Or I guess in this case, hard and slow canon, because it took so long to get into a main Donkey Kong game. But it just shows the influence that things like the Smash ballot ultimately did have on all of this.
And look, I was thinking about this like as I was playing this, as I was experiencing this for the first time. Not that, like, I think that Donkey Kong as a brand would have still happened. I think, or still would have continued. I think that Bananza, in all likelihood, or a game a lot like it would have happened regardless. But, like, without DK Vine there carrying the torch and, like, serving as a community hub for this stuff, I don't know if, like, K. Rool returns here are at least not looking like at least not like this. I think I think that DK Vine is itself a very big part of the reason that this moment is treated by the game with the kind of, like, this kind of hype and reverence.
Look, we're pretty small fries in comparison to almost every other major fan site out there, and maybe it just speaks more to how overlooked the Donkey Kong fandom and the broader DKU has been over the years. But, like, I am not trying to take credit for any of this. I appreciate that, Josh, but it's...
No, I'm not trying to give just you alone credit for it either. But what I'm saying is just, like, having this hub of, like, fandom and collectivist action.
Yes. Yeah.
Was definitely a key component in the Smash ballot being the success that it was for K. Rool, and therefore for this.
I mean, we were part of it, and it was Jeff who came up with the hashtag Croc the Vote. Little, like, rallying cry, and like, it was us, but it was also Kremlin Campaigner. It was also like the Smash boards. There was a lot of action there, and it was really just kind of like, it all started with the hardcore Donkey Kong fandom, but then it grew even beyond us, right? And right. Even people who had never played Donkey Kong games or even appreciated Donkey Kong games, they were made to understand the appeal of this character. It's such a weird moment in time and such a unique circumstance for any fandom. And the fact that it was this fandom is still so surreal to me that we even got it. We even made it happen. Like, the Smash ballot gave us King K. Rool in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and then it gave us this moment. And
now, I also believe that DK Vine made Mike Huckabee.
Oh God, that's another.
Speaking of 2008,
yeah, that's another aughts reference that hasn't aged well. I would say Croc the Vote, or in this case, Kremlin Crew, has aged far more gracefully. But,
I would say so.
You know, let's talk about Void Kong really quick before we circle back to K. Rool, and let's talk about the interplay between the two. They did not general scales Void Kong, and I'm so appreciative of this. I am so grateful that Void Kong has been able to stand on his own, or I guess float in his little chair on his own.
There was a lot of speculation before launch. I alluded to it earlier in the episode that was what was going to happen. And I guess I should say, just in case, if you're listening to this episode, you probably know. But when Hyle says they didn't general scales Void Kong, what he means is that they didn't reveal that Void Kong was actually K. Rool in some sort of a disguise all along. Void Kong remains his own character.
To be fair to General Scales, he was his own character. He was being manipulated by Andross, and then he fell over. And then that was it. General Scales was completely
I've never actually finished Star Fox Adventures. I've gotten pretty close, though.
Okay, well, hopefully it'll be on NSO soon. But I think that's, like, General Scales was such a cool-looking villain. Kind of has a lot of similarities to K. Rool, in fact. And it was very disappointing for a lot of fans that General Scales was so flaccid, because General Scales did not have any grand final boss fight. And I think it works to some extent with that story. I will kind of defend that decision. I think it works in a greater context, especially if you understand that the game has been building up to this fact that Andross's ghost is pulling the strings, and the whole game is about Andross trying to resurrect himself in bodily form. But, people hated the last Star Wars movie, and that was basically what the sequel trilogy did with Palpatine. So I can see why that is not a popular opinion, but...
Well, the explanation for how K. Rool returned could have just been in Fortnite. Would that have been better?
I mean, you would have liked that.
I would have.
Yeah, you I think you would have gone for that, right? You like Fortnite.
I only play the Rock Band music mode. I don't.
Oh, okay. I just always see you're playing Fortnite. You're like your little status, and I'm like, oh, he's playing Fortnite again. Eventually, I'm sure Banjo and Kazooie will be in Fortnite or some shit, and we'll cover it here in DK Vine. But
they put Sabrina Carpenter in it, and then they put the Power Rangers in it, and I am the only person in the middle of that Venn diagram. So yeah, I kind of had to play it.
I mean, yeah, if they put Banjo, Kazooie, and Paul McCartney in there, I'll be right there with you.
Exactly. Yeah.
But
I mean, they might give it time.
Give it time. So yeah, General Scales was disappointing as a villain unto himself. It made me worse than a larger tapestry of Star Fox Adventures narrative. But as far as not having that satisfying payoff where Fox just gives him the, what for.
Yeah, not even getting a boss fight.
Right. Right. And honestly, the theory for the longest time was the buyout ruined the boss fight. They had to finish the game, and so they cut the boss fight. And it's like, no, that was always kind of the intention with General Scales. There's always going to be a fake out. It just wasn't always Andros back when it was Dinosaur Planet, But anyway, Void Kong is basically such a great way to introduce a new antagonist in a series, without taking anything away from the antagonist that people want in the game, while also not having that antagonist take away from the new antagonist. It's such a tightrope walk, and I think they nailed it.
I totally agree. Yeah, Void Kong gets to be, and I think also in a larger sense, this applies to Bananza as a whole, because it doesn't spend all of its time just, one of the problems that a lot of people had with Returns was that it was very, very it's DKC1 again. It's a modern take on DKC1, and it's the same places, and it's the same locations, and it's not the same enemies, and that'll make people mad, but it is mostly very, very self-referential to an earlier game.
Yes.
Bananza is not like that. It stakes out its own identity. The vast majority of its runtime is extremely representative of new things and new ideas and new concepts and new locations and new characters. And only once it makes its own, it stakes its own claim on its own identity, then does it do something like this. It reminds me a bit of Star Trek The Next Generation, where for the first couple of seasons, they were very careful to not just reference the extremely, famous household names that were the original series. They let the series find its own identity. And then once they had that, then they could start, calling back to some of the earlier things.
Yeah, or even the Doctor Who revival from the mid-aughts.
Oh yeah, that's a really good one too.
It really just slow-walked all of the classic elements, the returning elements, and eventually, it made the newer fans tuning in start to care about the legacy of the series, but it did it very carefully. And then you might say it lost the plot eventually and just became too concerned about, lore and what have you. But that's, for the original, several years, we'll say, everything maybe up to the 50th anniversary in 2013, it did a good job, I think, of balancing. And I think Bananza does such a good job of balancing because it wasn't sold as a Donkey Kong, a Donkey Kong experience for Donkey Kong nerds, right?
Mm-hmm.
It drip feeds you that kind of, I've been calling it Donkey Kong head assery, where it's just, you get up your own ass in references. Bananza's very careful about how it does it, and it does it primarily with fossils at first. And you get a couple errant references here or there, did they just reference Rattly the rattlesnake? And then you will then of course,
Did they learn to spell his name yet?
Yeah, well, we don't know. But then
I don't know.
Then you meet up with Diddy and Dixie in Racing Layer, and then that's really where the game starts to embrace the past in a very clever way, but it almost earns it. And it never puts off new players. It never makes new players feel like they've missed out on too much of this history for them to enjoy this, because it is presented through the eyes of Pauline. Pauline is their gateway, if you will, to Donkey Kong fandom. And I think it's just so meticulously planned out how everything in this game is to service this new generation of Donkey Kong fans, while also finally giving returning Donkey Kong fans their payday. Finally giving us this moment we have been moaning and crying about for the better part of 15 years. And even before that, I mean, since 2002, let's be honest. And to know that the entire legacy of the series, be it Rare, be it the arcade era, be it retro, it's all loved and it'll all be taken care of going forward. And we're just getting this from King K. Rool popping back. I mean, King K. Rool had already been back, right? But I feel like King K. Rool's inclusion at the 11th hour, or 15th layer in this case, is not superfluous. It's not cheap fan service. It's not just this tacked on thing at the end of the game, because fans will be rioting if we don't get K. Rool in there. Smash Brothers players will be expecting it if we don't get, we got to get K. Rool in there for that crowd. It doesn't feel cheap in any way. In fact, it's an integral part of this game's narrative that has been hiding in plain sight since the beginning of the game. And I'm not just talking about Cranky's rants. Cranky's rants are appreciated, and they're to keep it in the forefront of your mind, like wondering, speculating, thinking what if he's actually referring to K. Rool. But Josh, do you remember all the way back at the beginning of the game when we saw those crocodilian skeletons, those crocodile humanoid skeletons in the Ingot Isle cave-in section?
Oh yeah, I mean, those being in the the first Treehouse stream, like, people, myself included, were immediately like, well, that sure is suspicious.
That's suspicious, but just ignoring the hype cycle, just basing it off of the game as we played it. It was such an odd detail that we had these crocodile men, their skeletons littering this mine. And, then we had that cutscene of what was effectively like the first boss encounter or minor boss encounter with the first crocoid, and how this skeleton was pulled out of the ground, covered in gold, reanimated, and put in this crocoid shell. And, every crocoid since then, of course, had those skeletons inside, but the game wanted you to focus on this. More so than any other Void Kong or Void Co enemy. It wanted you to focus on the crocodile and the crocoid. And the crocoids were the subject of so much debate during that hype cycle, but it turns out this wasn't the team getting around any bullshit made up Kremlin embargo or them trying to reinvent the wheel for Donkey Kong for the upteenth time. They were Kremlins. They were Kremlins all along. These were Kremlins from K. Rool's original expedition to the planet core that did not survive. And they were used by Grumpy Kong to become the basis of the crocoids, hiding in plain sight. The payoff at the end, at the very beginning of the game. But not just that, like this whole journey to getting to the Banandium Root. The Banandium Root poster I talked about with the golden core in the middle. That was never the Banandium Root, Josh. This was never the planet core. Void Kong thought it was the planet core, because it's as far as Poppy's research could take them. That was as far as they could travel. So they thought it was the Banandium Root fallen asleep for some reason, and that it required Pauline to wake it up. But no, the actual planet core was blocked off when K. Rool was trapped in the sinkhole to Sublayer 1600. They thought K. Rool's golden stomach armor was the root, but it was the rule. It was the rule. Just the subtle shift in lettering from root to rule is very intentional. And I have way more to say about that in the next episode because there's stuff I can't say about it yet. But oh my God. Oh my God. And then look, K. Rool has been in stasis, Josh, like put in this mystical coma of sorts, this hibernation by the Banandium Root. His evil was so foul that the Banandium Root cut him off there and effectively cut itself off from the rest of the world, from the rest of the underground world and the surface. And that also provides this explanation, lore explanation. Why hasn't K. Rool been around for so long?
And that fits both in and out of universe.
Yes. This is playing with expectations, and it's going back and retroactively explaining K. Rool's absence. Whether that absence is, why didn't K. Rool involve himself in Donkey Kong Country Returns when the Tiki Tak tribe returned? Why was he nowhere to be seen in Tropical Freeze? Well, one possible reason is he's been sealed away 1,500 layers under the surface. And of course, of course, this will be immediately glommed on by people who like to argue things like, well, Smash Brothers isn't canon, and we finally have proof. Because K. Rool was in Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, you see. But keep in mind that time is relative in Smash Brothers. Characters are taken from all sorts of eras, as the links pointedly express. So the K. Rool there could have been taken from 2009, for all we know, before he went on this expedition to the planet core. Or maybe he didn't go on this expedition to the planet core until after Smash, and this doesn't actually explain Returns and Tropical Freeze, and it just explains why everything's been relatively quiet in Donkey Kong's neck of the woods since.
The Chest of Time works in mysterious ways.
The Chest of Time, baby. But, I really like that this could be applicable to so many things depending on your own personal experiences. I think it was Cameron who brought this up when they could finally talk about it with me, the rest of the staff. If you overlooked the Payon games, for example, then maybe this explains where K. Rool has been since 1999, or since Rare was purchased by Microsoft. Many people don't realize that K. Rool was in Donkey Konga, or DK King of Swing, or Jungle Climber, or Barrel Blast / Jet Race. And they think, K. Rool hasn't been showing up because Microsoft owns the Kremlins.
And that's something that Bananza does, seems to do with a great deal of intentionality. You were talking earlier about, giving reverence to the arcade era, and the retro era, and the Rare era. Bananza, doesn't want to step on the toes of whatever your interpretation of Donkey Kong is.
Yes.
It wants to represent it and celebrate it.
Yes.
Without saying, well, this doesn't count, that doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'll have more to say about that in the next episode. Right. But yeah, it really does illustrate though that yes, everything is canon. It's just, it also just keeps things vague enough where maybe your personal interpretation isn't completely wrecked. It has to make some statements here or there, but for the most part, I think it all works. And I think it's a beautiful thing they've done thematically. This is such a statement to make about the importance of K. Rool as the Joker to Donkey Kong's Batman. Yes, Donkey Kong can have other villains, but there will always be the villain. And K. Rool is the villain for Donkey Kong.
It made me feel very much the way that his reveal trailer in Smash Brothers did, in a sense that seeing that, the feeling I had was just like, we couldn't have made that any better than it was. This was executed to absolute perfection for us, like for what it was, and also like to appeal specifically to us as longtime Donkey Kong fans. And I think this, like, his reveal in Bananza works on that level, both in terms of appealing to fans, appealing to longtime fans, and like giving us what we so desperately wanted, but also for what he means to the story, what he means to the plot of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, like, again, he is actually part of the plot all the way through. Like, the moments where, like, you're discussing with the Snake Elder, and the Snake Elder says that the golden roots coming from the Banandium Root, they have stopped growing. He hasn't seen a new one in quite some time. And that is because the Banandium Root is cut off because of the sickness, that ghastly green mist that was surrounding the sinkhole that Voidco thought was the root.
Mm-hmm.
Like, K. Rool has, like, poisoned, like, almost creation being put in this stasis to keep him from accessing it. And, like, it just shows, like, even in his absence, he is making everything worse. He is such a malevolent force, and the game emphasizes that even if he hasn't been around, even if he hasn't been scheming and sending his army after the Kongs, his presence has still been felt, both in a very real in-universe sense and in a very real out-of-universe sense, where we have been longing for him for so long. And Bananza emphatically makes that clear, that there are other Donkey Kong villains. Hell, they're in this game. But K. Rool is the Donkey Kong villain. And wow, like, I know that having K. Rool in the original trailer, just being upfront with K. Rool's the villain of the game, like sidestepping the entire Voidco aspect, I know that would have gotten so many people in our community on board with the game ASAP, right? Like, that would have been the smart move to rope in longtime Donkey Kong fans to get everybody excited, and maybe even Smash players who really fell in love with K. Rool there. But having it be this reveal, having it be this moment of jubilation for the fandom, while it prolonged the payoff and it gave us a few months of uncertainty, God, it was the right way to do it.
So let me speak to my personal experience, like how I personally kind of saw all this as it was going down. I think I was saying this before Bananza came out, and I probably said it on the last episode I was on. K. Rool was not going to make or break Bananza for me. I love K. Rool. I hoped he would be in the game, but if he wasn't, then the game was like, I was gonna have no problem judging it on its own merits and in its own time. I would have been ultimately like imagining Bananza exactly as it is, but say the Void Kong is just the final boss. Not that the game ends right here, but that, you know, imagining what comes after this just isn't there and something else is there instead.
Sure.
I think the game would have like still been one of my absolute favorite games ever made. Like, K. Rool, like, but that said, maybe that's easier for me to say, because I was also never really that worried about it. Because, like, I felt like it was pretty obvious that the way Nintendo was playing things, as coy as they were being about it, like Cranky's dialogue, how he never directly references Void Kong directly,
right?
The skeleton enemies, the golden skeleton enemies, looking so much like crocodiles. I was like, the whole time, like from the whole hype cycle, I was just like, oh no, K. Rool's going to be there. I'm not, I'm not that worried about it. So I didn't really even mind that much being spoiled on. I still would have vastly preferred not to know, but I was like, yeah, well, of course he is. Yeah, that makes sense. But I say it's easy for me to say because, like I said, it wasn't such a make or break thing for me.
Yes.
K. Rool is not what my wife would call one of my little meow meows.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, and I've been on the other side of that. Like, Classic Sonic is absolutely my biggest little meow meow, and there's been many times where I've been like, oh god, are they going to put Classic Sonic in? God, I hope they put and everybody around me is like, it's going to be fine, he's going to be in. Just give it time, he's going to be back. I'm like, oh, but what if he isn't though? So I'm very familiar with, like, when a character means that much to you and is sort of a make or break thing for you, like, it can, like, the stakes feel so much higher, so you're worried a lot more. So I think in the future I'm going to try to take this experience and apply it to that. So
right. And for me, like, I've always been more of a Kong guy. Right. Like I love the Kremlins. Oh, yeah, me too. I think the Kremlins are the perfect antagonist for the Kongs, but I mean, my favorite character is Diddy. My almost tied for favorite character is Dixie. And like, I just love all the Kongs. I love all the animal buddies. For me, the villains, while important, they're always kind of secondary. I'm all about the protagonist and their allies, but yeah,
seeing Diddy and Dixie were in, that was the official point for me where I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be fine.
Yeah, but I will say that the Kremlins are important to me, and what I was worried about, it wasn't going to make or break Bananza for me, but I was worried for all of the Kremlin-aholics out there.
Oh yeah, I was more concerned about them.
The K. Rool maniacs out there, who were, I'll just say Courtney, who's joining us on the next episode for obvious reasons. Grunt, you know, like, Kremlin campaigner, like, even like, Skips, who, you know, had so many theories about the Kremlins and K. Rool. And like, I was, Kremlin Cutthroat on the DK Vine for. I'm just thinking of people with Kremlin in their name now, but it's just.
And I think that's also why I've watched Courtney's stream of that moment so many times, because it's like that energy, that surprise, that relief. I know it, and I've been there, and I felt that with other things, and it's just so infectious, and it's such a good feeling.
Yeah, I think that, like, I was more worried for them, because I knew that this would be a breaking point for them. And in my capacity as the toxically positive purveyor of Donkey Kong EPD news and rumors for the better part of 5 years, but behind the scenes for, 7 years, I had been building this game up from everything I had heard. And everything I had heard was sounding pretty good for not Donkey Kong fan service, because that makes it sound so cheap. It's not fan service to have the main villain of your series in a game. And the fact that it's viewed like that just shows how skewed things got. But I was like optimistic for so many years that Nintendo is building to a moment like this. And I had to reassure everyone, and maybe this is just me trying to be like the den father, like the one who's looking after all of his babies in the community. Like I was taking more of a leadership role in the community at this point, where I was growing up and I was viewing myself as more the elder statesman than just the kid hanging out in the treehouse throwing poo out the window when things don't go his way. And like part of that was like keeping everybody jazzed and not making this fandom toxic, and trying to keep that in perspective. Like every time you're feeling negative, take a break. Don't let this hobby, don't let this source of joy become this polluting force in your life.
Because I think you did a very good job going all the way back to when we were first talking about the the Nintendo EAD Donkey Kong game in sort of like managing expectations, because it would have been very easy and possibly more lucrative for you to be like, all right, guys, here's the new Donkey Kong game, and then just throw out a bunch of like speculative bullshit about what it may or, and get expectations up. This is it, guys. This Nintendo Direct here in 2019 is when they're going to reveal it.
I'll have to start using that voice. That could be my grifter voice every time I'm like trying to run a scam on people, which again, I'm a terrible internet content creator because I didn't do that. I was just basically very matter-of-factly like stating what I knew. Maybe throwing in a little speculation, but trying to couch that as just speculation. And one of the things I kept saying was, I'm pretty sure K. Rool will be in it. This is before we knew Bananza was the game. But one of the things I kept going back to was Nintendo would not have brought him back in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate if they were going to put the character on mothballs for the series itself. Nintendo just does not do stuff like that. Like, we'll give you this little kernel. We'll give you this little morsel, but you're not getting a full meal.
Yeah, it's like, maybe if he hadn't been in Smash Brothers, then I would have been a little bit more on edge about it. But yeah, you're right. The fact that he'd already come back in Smash made it very easy to, like, I guess it made it rather very difficult to imagine a world where he was not in the next Donkey Kong game, at least in some capacity.
Yeah. Claire Java in the live stream says, "Hey, what's going on, guys? It's me, Hyle Hustle. Yeah, let me tell you about this new 2D Donkey Kong game that I hear Nintendo's thinking about making next. It'll be Donkey Kong Country. It'll be made by Greg Mayles, who just left Rare, but Greg Mayles is being taken in by the team, and he's going to shepherd this new 2D Donkey Kong Country game. Check it out. Swanky Kong will be in it. You heard it here first. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Join us, dkvine.com/Patreon for all the scoops on Donkey Kong Country Baja Blast. You heard it here first. You heard it. I can't even say it. You heard it here first, folks.
You need to put all of your leaks behind a paywall. You need to like do a new podcast where all you talk about is like behind the scenes leaked information, but make that Patreon exclusive.
I'll call it the Go No Further Gate.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I love, okay. I'm going to get off my high horse about this eventually, Josh. I promise. But all I was saying is Nintendo EPD's doing a Donkey Kong game. It's going to have some people from Odyssey, but some newbies in there as well. I said, potentially a new team, but I was pretty spot on with everything, I think. And that's all I was saying, but so many people were just like not having it. And then you would get these leakers, these professional grifters coming out and just saying this shit.
That is what I was alluding to when I said you could just start a podcast and put it all on Patreon.
And then everybody would believe them. And I'd be like, well, fuck, all right. I mean, I know I didn't have any like bona fides to back me up, but maybe now you'll believe me when I break out Hyle Hustle.
Yeah, I don't have a great deal of love for the people who do that sort of thing.
Oh, wait till you play Donkey Kong Country Baja Blast, because it'll have Swanky Kong in it. It'll have Engard the Swordfish. You'll get to ride on Engard again. It's going to have Donkey Kong. It's going to have Diddy Kong. It's going to have Dixie Kong. Is it going to have Kitty Kong? Well, you'll just have to pay me $25 a month to get the goods on Kitty Kong in Donkey Kong Country Baja Blast.
But if you have no talent and no principles, then I guess it's a pretty good way to make money on the internet.
Yeah, the only principal I know is Wrinkly Kong, and she died. Anyway, I'm so glad K. Rool wasn't in the trailer. I'm so glad K. Rool
Me too.
Hasn't appeared in any marketing materials. They have been so
even to this point.
Even to this point, everybody thought that K. Rool was going to be in the Nintendo Direct that followed the summer, and everybody thought that K. Rool was going to be like talked about somehow in there. Like, even if it was just like, we're bringing out the K. Rool amiibo again. It's available on September 11th. September. No, the K. Rool amiibo. This is real. The K. Rool amiibo has been reissued. It was reissued on September 11th. So when George W. Bush tells you to go shopping, he specifically wants you to go to Best Buy to pick up the King K. Rool amiibo.
And I say mission accomplished.
But yeah, Nintendo, obviously they referenced the Gangplank Galleon in the Bananza DLC trailer, but again, they did not specifically say King K. Rool is in Donkey Kong Bonanza.
It feels good that we, as the conversation host, can finally talk about him on this show.
Yeah, I know. I've been edging the audience so hard.
It's funny that the DLC came out a month ago now, I believe. About a month ago.
Yeah.
And even then, you could talk about the Gangplank Galleon being in the DK Island map, but you still couldn't talk about King K. Rool being in the game.
I'm just wired a different way. I don't know why I'm made to be this way. I don't know why whatever alchemy that came about to form Hyle Russell of DK Vine, I don't know. I don't know how I wound up like this. It was probably the time my mom dropped me down the stairs as a baby, which did happen. It's my earliest memory, tumbling down those stairs, but I'm glad it did. I'm glad it cracked my skull because I enjoy... it's not even content. I enjoy the episodes of the conversation, and I've been really proud of these Bananza episodes so far. I think it's a perfect time capsule for how we were all feeling when Bananza was new, and we can look back and listen to these, in a few years, in a decade, and just remember, oh yeah, that's the way it was. And that's the thing
in 25 years when the next 3D Donkey Kong game comes out.
You're right, yeah. That's what I think value as part of DK Vine being such a living testimony of fandom for a quarter century is it helps set the record straight as to the actual history behind this stuff. Even stuff like the notion of the Donkey Kong universe, the rare shared universe, so many misnomers, so many misconceptions, which is why I made that video earlier this year, right before everything changed with Bananza, just so people would remember, hey, this is why Banjo-Kazooie and Conker are considered Donkey Kong spin-offs by weirdos. And yeah, I like having that almost library of time when it comes to this very peculiar, very specific fandom that now has more interest in it than it has since I got into it as a kid in the 1990s.
Yeah, I actually just thought of kind of a funny parallel that the last time a new Donkey Kong game came out, I had just started the Geek Critique. As a YouTube channel, it had just started, right around that same time. And the last time a 3D Donkey Kong game came out, of course, you had just started DK Vine. Right. And we're still going, we're just getting started, dude. We're barely scratching the surface here.
Yeah, I mean, I have my second wind, obviously. But yeah,
got a lot left in the tank.
Can I also just say that everything that has transpired with K. Rool since the Smash ballot, I am so glad it all shook out the way it did, because what a story, what a narrative, what a journey this has been for the fans, that we all rallied after Tropical Freeze, and after the naive hope that K. Rool would be in Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS and Wii U, and what a crushing disappointment. We all, hyped ourselves up for nothing, because there was no chance K. Rool would be in that game. No chance in hell. And, oh, I shouldn't reference that guy. That's a villain we don't want back. But... keep him in the sinkhole. Keep him in the sinkhole. But I think back to that time and how despondent we felt. It should have been a glorious year for us. Tropical Freeze was such a great game. And yet some of that lingering bitterness that grew and manifested into spite over the last, 11 years, it was still being felt as early as 2014, but part of it wasn't just, they didn't put K. Rool in Tropical Freeze, they didn't put in Guard the Swordfish in Tropical Freeze, they didn't put Bjorn Bear in Tropical Freeze. I am mad and I am angry and I'm gonna write my congressman. It was the critical reception to Tropical Freeze and the negative attitudes towards Tropical Freeze, but in a larger sense, the Donkey Kong series. It was, how dare Retro's next game be another damn Donkey Kong Country? And it was this fight that had been relitigated time and time again of how dare the Donkey Kong series exist? How dare the Donkey Kong series think it has the right to exist alongside these other titans of Nintendo?
And the thing about times like that is, and takes like that, is that what happens, like the resentment and the bitterness that we talked about toward the start of the episode, and the fear that, like, of what was going to happen, like, was Donkey Kong going to be completely reinvented? Were we ever going to see K. Rool again, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? That stuff probably wouldn't have been so bad if we as a fandom and as a community didn't feel like we had to have our heels so dug in all the time because of stuff like that. Kind of every reaction gets an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, and I think 2014 is the last time I've been in the muddy trenches like that, where I've been swinging at everything, just in, like, blind defense of, like, our right to just have fun with this series. And, like, well, why can't we get another Donkey Kong Country game? What is so wrong with that? It's been a refrain I've been saying for a couple of years now in the conversation, like, what's so wrong with us? Like, why is it that Donkey Kong and, like, the love of, whether it be Donkey Kong Country and any iteration of Donkey Kong Country, retro games included, or if it's the Donkey Kong universe and everything that's related to that, or Rare fandom, why do we always have to justify ourselves when everybody else can get a legacy sequel? Everybody else can, have Time in the Sun to be celebrated, and nobody is raising their eyebrow or having these debates about, well, it should have been blank. And that bled into the Super Smash Bros. 4 hype, and maybe it just allowed us to reset and allowed us to hope that, K. Rool would be such a perfect fighter in Smash Brothers that they would have to be stupid not to do it. And it was just, it was a myth. It was a hoax that we had told ourselves. It was a lie that was very comforting, but we all sort of bought into it. And then when the reveal happened, when that leak happened, and we saw the base roster, it was kind of crushing, because it was that realization again that, no, not only is K. Rool not in Super Smash Bros. 4, you were foolish to think he ever had a chance, or that any Donkey Kong character had a chance of getting another representation in Smash. Here's all these Fire Emblem characters. Here's some new Mario characters. That's what matters. And
not getting anything whatsoever in Smash 4.
Yeah,
as far as Donkey Kong goes, I mean, I think I liked Smash 4 a lot more than, like, the average DK Viner, at least the people who were on the conversation on the regular at the time. But I was also in college, so I had that built-in, like, group of people to play it with, which always really helps with the Smash game. But yeah, just not having anything whatsoever. Not just King K. Rool, but no new characters. One new stage. The stage was pretty great. I'll give it that.
It is. But yeah, I think it just felt like the last indignity, the last crushing humiliation. And that's, like, again, it's a hobby, people. Like, it's not that serious. But I think the hobby was bringing me misery. And, you had to kind of...
Well, I can relate to that.
Yeah. And so it was like, take a step back, take a deep breath. And thankfully, things started to reset a little bit the next year, mostly from the Rare side of things. Rare Replay, Sea of Thieves, Playtonic. That all really buoyed my spirits. And I thought, well, Donkey Kong might be in a rough spot, but at least some of the stuff I love has a fighting chance again. And then the Smash ballot and, all of the rallying that the fandom actually did, taking all of those negative emotions we felt during the pre-release hype cycle for Smash 4 and doing something constructive and fun with it. And that's what the Smash ballot was. It was fun. It was actually us taking that misery and taking that disappointment and turning it into a celebration of what we loved instead. And that it kind of infectiously spread beyond our borders, beyond our fandom, beyond our websites and our forums. And it took on a life of its own. And then, of course, K. Rool wasn't in the DLC in Smash 4, and we felt like we failed again.
Mm-hmm.
But then, to actually have it come true in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and I'm so glad Retro was stopped from putting him in the Tropical Freeze port. Because not only would that have blunted the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate reveal, not only would that have lessened the historical moment in time that was, but it would have also made his actual Donkey Kong series return in the biggest DK game in decades. And that's no slight towards Tropical Freeze, but we're talking about the Switch port of Tropical Freeze again.
Mm-hmm.
So Donkey Kong Bananza is not a port. It is not a remake. It is the first game in a new era with all the promise that entails. And, Donkey Kong has a new design in this game, Josh. Have we forgotten about that? Donkey Kong looks different in this game than he did in our childhood favorites. And there he is, standing face to face with King K. Rool. If there were any concerns about this new design that we were talking about from the second episode of this season of the Kongversation, if there were any concerns that the legacy of the series as we knew it from 1994 on was going to be erased or diminished or rebooted, that's out the window now. There he is, King K. Rool, Donkey Kong's arch nemesis, standing face to face with Donkey Kong, who, looks a little bit different, but guess what? He's the same guy. And I can't undersell what Smash Ultimate did, because I do believe that had it not been for the Smash Ballot, I think the Smash Ballot was a huge turning point, not just for K. Rool, but for the Donkey Kong series, because it delivered a message for Nintendo. It delivered a message to Nintendo and to maybe the people at Nintendo who thought nobody cares about some of these Donkey Kong aspects, these characters, these rare characters. We showed them that, we care. We still care. We love these characters, and they actually are important to us, just like so many of these characters in other series are important to their fans. I mean, Josh, as a Sonic the Hedgehog fan, you felt this outside of Donkey Kong, and I think that the buyout...
Not just that, but also just there is no such thing as a character that nobody cares about.
Yes.
Even the characters that right now you think that your fandom absolutely despises and thinks are dog shit, there is somebody out there who is growing up with them and will always consider them to be one of their little meow meows.
Traveler of the Stars and Professor Chops.
Yeah, exactly.
Give it 10 years.
And that's one reason, too, I think that I was always I still prefer the name Checkpoint myself, but Professor Chops is fine. I was always kind of you guys better be careful hating on Professor Chops, because I've seen how this shit goes in the Sonic fandom, and just you wait.
Right. I know, absolutely. I don't have any issues with Chops Sensei. He and I have
Chops
made
Sensei
peace.
is great, too.
Yeah, we've broken bread now. We've squashed the beef. Or we squashed the banana meat patties, as it were. But
Kiddy Kong still sucks, though. Fuck him.
Okay, Josh, you and I will have some words after we're done here. But
oh shit! Well, this is the last episode of the Kongversation for me. It's been great getting to co-host the episodes that I have over the years. Thank you for having.
Okay, well, I'm not done
I
yet.
don't know.
You're gonna have to finish listening to my dramatic rambling spiel, but
Go for it.
yeah, like I think that what the Smash Ballot did, and I think Donkey Kong was always going to be taken care of no matter what. It's Miyamoto's baby, and Nintendo would never let the series remain forever dormant. So there were plans in place for the Donkey Kong series even before the Smash Ballot. Like the theme park was going to happen. And God, I remember like all the like calming of nerves I had to do about the theme park. Yeah, Tiki Tong is in the ride. Tiki Tong's on the Minecart Madness. Don't worry. This doesn't mean anything about K. Rool. This park was designed when Retro's 2 games were the template for the series. And, then Donkey Kong Country Returns HD was released earlier this year. The game was re-released as Returns HD. And I had to calm everybody down again. I was like, yes, they're releasing this game to make it on the Switch, to give people who go to the theme park that tie-in. Like, calm down. This doesn't mean anything about K. Rool. But I think the Smash Ballot, yes, communicates to Nintendo that not only are there fans out there of all of the Donkey Kong Country characters from the 90s, or the Donkey Kong 64 characters for that matter, but there are many more than they actually knew about. And any personal biases that might have been in place from certain people at Nintendo, not going to name any names, but, people who maybe didn't like that Donkey Kong Island had a face on it, ultimately, they had to put those aside. And luckily for us, hey, at Nintendo EPD, there were a bunch of Donkey Kong fans who were champing at the bit. Or maybe, in this case, it would be more appropriate to say chompsing at the bit, or Chomps Junioring at the bit, for Donkey Kong characters like K. Rool to get their due. So I think one thing led to another, and we'll never know for sure how the timeline would have gone without the Smash Ballot. But the Smash Ballot, look, I've always said Super Smash Brothers is the kingmaker. You get into Smash Brothers, and that's your meal ticket.
And boy, if that point wasn't vindicated before.
Yeah, like, I was never worried about K. Rool, practically speaking, once he got into Super Smash Brothers. That day, I made a post on social media, and I said, our villain has returned and he will never go away again. And I believe that wholeheartedly. The only thing that ever crept in was doubt from past instances where a new Donkey Kong game is announced, the Jungle Beat Scaries, as I called it. And you are eventually disappointed that not enough returning elements came back. But boy,
it was especially pronounced with Bananza because that initial trailer had so few of them.
Right. Like, all we had to go off was the Naughty Fossil and the Nostalgia Country challenge course. So
the combination of that plus the new design plus it's being made in Japan by a new team that's never made a Donkey Kong game before. Like, I understand why people, myself included, did have that moment of being like, well, okay, is this are we going to disregard everything? And like, absolutely not. That could not have been any further from what they ended up doing.
It's so funny because Joe Mudd, DK Vine's staffer, who's been taking a bit of a hiatus, but he's still around, and he's
well, now who will read the YouTube comments?
Yeah. Well, it's so funny because the day Bananza was revealed, Joe was pissed. Joe hated it. And Joe basically said, like, they're abandoning everything we love about the series. And I think it's like you're just grasping at straws trying to like this. Today, of all days, Joe popped up in our server and said K. Rool was just spoiled for him. And he's astonished, and he's going to get a Switch 2 now, and he's going to get the game. And so, yeah, like, the Bananza trailer was divisive. But again, I would not change anything. I would not change the way it all played out. Because Bananza was lovely with fan service and respecting the DK series past, but I think that K. Rool, from not being in a mainline Donkey Kong game since, Donkey Kong 64, if we want to get technical with it, to the Smash ballot being the biggest turning point in legitimizing the character in Nintendo's eyes, and then, getting this whole era of the Donkey Kong series re-legitimized as well, in a slow drip escalation to this, climax. And I say climax, this isn't even the climax, Josh. God.
It's not, nope.
But K. Rool...
Seeing it in this context, with the full context as well, I think it's also fair to say that Nintendo's intention, and the game's intention as well for that matter, was always to kind of to tease this, to make you to edge the fans. In fact, Speaking of climaxes,
yes,
because they would have known that this was always on the table. They would have known that this is always where it's going, and that there were people who were extremely, extremely invested and excited about this possibility. So yeah, to just show it in the initial trailer would have been easy and would have gotten that hype and gotten a lot of marketing attention. But it's sort of, to use a less profane example, it's sort of like when your friends are planning you a surprise birthday party, but they make you think that they've just forgotten your birthday entirely. It's the disappointment that's going to lead to a better payoff later. Yeah.
Well said. So you likened it to making somebody think you forgot their birthday. I likened it to the equivalent of a surprise pro wrestling debut. I tried to tailor it to your sensibilities, specifically when a long beloved wrestler returns to a promotion after being gone for so long. Mm-hmm. That's what this felt like. It's not advertised, it's not promoted, but it's something that becomes the biggest talking point of that event. And, I have to say, when the notes of Crocodile Cacophony began playing, I did think in my head, by God, King! By God! By God, King! K. Rool!
That's King K. Rool's music! King, we haven't seen him here since 2009! But by God, he's back! He's got a steel chair!
Yeah. That's the way it felt. And I was screaming, Courtney was screaming. I'm sure so many of our listeners, so much of our audience, they were screaming. It was just this massive pop around the world, spread out across several weeks and months for King K. Rool.
Which is strange, because according to The Rock, the only Donkey Kong game that we need is the original arcade game.
All right, whatever. Yeah, you know what? The last time The Rock weighed in on a shared universe, he killed it. So maybe just maybe just stick to your I don't know, your influencership.
Whatever the fuck The Rock does now.
Yeah, your supplements and whatever,
ruining WrestleMania by not showing up.
Yes, but K. Rool did show up, and that's why he is the superior champion. We'll say boxer, maybe, in this instance. But God, Forbidden Layer, Josh, Forbidden Layer. I think Pauline said it best. This is where our wishes come true.
But what awaits in the planet core? What does K. Rool's plan entail? What of the Kremling crew members he mentioned missing? And what of the real Banandium Root? Join Hyle and Courtney next time on the Kongversation, as the world's premier Donkey Kong Universe podcast finally reaches the conclusion of Donkey Kong Bananza.
Well, actually, not quite the conclusion, because we still have the call sack episode about K. Rool and the game's ending, and then the episode we're going to do in the post-game story and content, and then the DLC episode, maybe episodes, one on DK Island and one on Emerald Rush, and then we'll probably do another call sack after that, and then...
This has been a File 2 production.
Que rico.